Good evening. I'd like to call the Oak City Council meeting for Tuesday, August 28th, 2018, and welcome everybody back after our summer recess. Madam Clerk, could you please call the roll for tonight's meeting, please?
Councilmember Bill De La Pena.
Present.
Councilmember Price.
Here.
Councilmember Adam.
Here.
Councilmember McCoy.
Present.
Mayor Fox.
Here. And if you'd all please stand and join me in the Pledge of Allegiance. Ready? Begin. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Item 4 is a request for a continuance of any public hearing or agenda item. Do we have any requests for that? All right, very good. Hearing none, we'll move to item 5, special presentations, and give you a moment while I go down to the podium. For tonight's first special presentation, I'm pleased to invite up to the podium Newbury Park High School senior and California YMCA Youth and Government's 71st Youth Governor, Scott Nagatashi. Scott?
Nice to meet you.
Let me tell you a little bit about Scott. Scott began in this YMCA program as a 6th grader, and over the past 6 years has held various leadership positions, including Secretary of the Senate and Chief de Cabinet?
Chef de Cabinet.
Chef de Cabinet, all right. Do you cook?
No.
Okay.
Well, a little on my free time.
Now, after running a successful campaign against 20 challengers from across the state, he has realized his dream of being elected California's youth governor. Yep, let's do it again. Scott's love of the program and his desire to inspire others, as he has been inspired, and his eagerness to be an agent for real change are what motivated him to run for youth governor. When he's not busy debating or participating in mock trial, he enjoys pole vaulting on the Panthers track team and playing cello in the school orchestra. Scott plans to study political science and go on to pursue a career in law. Scott, on behalf of the City Council and an entire community who's very proud of your accomplishments, I'd like to congratulate you on your outstanding accomplishment and recognize you with this certificate. And you can tell us a little bit about the youth program when I'm getting the certificate.
Okay, of course. I'm going to move.
Right over here.
So the California YMCA Youth and Government Program is a statewide program comprised of 3,700 high school delegates and nearly 1,500 staff and volunteers. Now, in this 6-month-long program, delegates create legislation of their own, run for different positions like youth governor, review casebooks, create a state budget, become reporters, or even create different activism initiatives to carry out in their own communities. It's a program that teaches youth about confidence, acceptance, and responsibility while keeping them civically engaged and motivated to do more inside and out of the program. It exposes youth to different career paths, open doors to many opportunities and connections both in the state and on a national level, and it also helps people to find a place where they belong and can make new friends from all across California. I've been blessed with the opportunity to participate for the past 7 years, and I'm so excited to serve this year amongst many of my other friends. So thank you so much for having me here tonight. I really appreciate it.
Scott, is your mom and dad here and your family by chance?
Yeah, my mom's actually here.
Okay, Mom, he didn't get here by himself. Stand up so we can recognize your great work. Yeah. So I'm pleased to present this certificate of congratulations to Scott Nakatoshi for the Cal YMCA Model Legislative Court Youth Governor. Scott, congratulations. Great job.
Thank you so much. Thank you so much.
Want to get a picture?
Oh, yeah, sure. You like the certificate?
For our next presentation, I'm honored to recognize the citizens whose quick thinking and life-saving response helped to change the outcome and the lives of a family here in Thousand Oaks. At this time, I'd like to invite up Thousand Oaks Fire Chief John Spikerman, Ventura County Fire Department Captain John Nosco, and ER nurse from Los Robles Hospital, Leslie Powell, to the podium. I'm going to ask Chief Spikerman to tell this amazing, great story with an even better outcome. Chief.
Thank you, Mayor, City Council members. We're here to tell a pretty amazing story for us, for the firefighters and first responders of Ventura County in the Thousand Oaks area. We're trained to do things at that emergency type level. So it's really neat when we get to recognize one of our citizens for something that they did, that they do have some training, but not trained as that first responder. So let me read this. On Sunday, July 15, 2018, at approximately 4:16 p.m., Leslie Powell was enjoying a day at the community pool with her children when she became aware of a 4-year-old boy found floating face down in the shallow end of the community pool that she was visiting. Leslie and her brother removed the boy from the pool, and she immediately began CPR. She described the boy as limp and blue in color. The boy's family estimated the child was down in the water for approximately a minute to a minute and a half before anyone realized that he was unconscious. Leslie performed CPR for over 2 minutes before AMR Unit 443 arrived on scene. The Thousand Oaks engine, Medic Engine 34, arrived shortly after that and integrated into the call. At this time, the child was starting to make noises and was then loaded into the ambulance and quickly transported to Los Robles Hospital. The boy was conscious at the ER, vomiting, and had fluid still in his lungs. He was kept overnight at Los Robles Hospital and was released the next day with no deficit. Leslie is an emergency room nurse, and I think a lot of her colleagues are here tonight. So thank you for doing that. So she's an emergency room nurse and has a lot of training and experience in the emergency room. But this was not in the emergency room. This was Leslie and her family enjoying a day at the pool when a 4-year-old boy's life was in danger, and she took action. It is in the opinion of the first responders that responded to this call that Leslie's quick actions, the fact that she was even at the pool that day, and her professional training, without a doubt, they stated to me, she saved the 4-year-old boy's life. So congratulations. So cool.
So I have a certificate, but more importantly than that, more importantly than anyone here tonight, let me introduce the Everett family, and in particular, Everett. If they could stand up. I'm pretty sure Everett's going to get swimming lessons in the near future. With that, let me introduce someone who is never going to forget this day, or that day, I should say, for the rest of her life, a nurse from Los Robles Hospital, Leslie Powell. Leslie, come on up.
I didn't know I was going to say anything, so I feel honored that I was able to be there for him. And I want to thank my family and my ER family, too, for supporting me through my nursing career so that I was able to be there for him when he needed me. And I'm just so excited that he's doing so well. So thank you for this recognition as well.
You bet. You bet. Doctors may have all the education to make the big bucks, but I'll take a nurse every time. We have a certificate of appreciation, Leslie, which is in no way, shape, or form indicative of the great work that you did. And let me invite the entire council up to take a picture with you and the Wood family and Everett. Okay, come on up. No better way to start a council meeting. We're going to move to item 6. That's our public comment section. And Madam Clerk, could you please call public comment, please?
This is a time and place for public comments. A speaker card is available for those wishing to address the City Council regarding items on the agenda or on a subject within the city's jurisdiction. Speakers for public hearing items shall be called and heard during the public hearing. All remarks should be addressed to the council as a whole, and all documents for City Council and the official record should be presented to the City Clerk prior to speaking. Speakers are requested to state their name and community of residence for the record. Under state law, public comment matters may not be considered by the council unless listed on the agenda, but may be referred to the city manager for administrative follow-up. 6 individuals have presented cards, and pursuant to council standards, speakers are allowed 3 minutes. The timer will sound when your time has ended.
Thank you, Ms. Rodriguez. Our first speaker will be Jay Parto, followed by Martin Erickson. And if the on-deck speaker could come down and take a seat right next to the podium, it'll move very, very smoothly. You can move right up. Good evening, sir.
Good evening, council members. Pardon me, that was very emotional and beautiful, being a father myself of a 3-year-old. My name is Jay Partel. About 3.5 years ago, my wife and I, along with our newborn daughter, decided to move out to the Conejo Valley from the San Fernando Valley, where I was born and raised. We purchased our dream home in Agora Hills and plan on raising our family here and living here for a very long time. In 2 weeks, we're expecting our second daughter, and we're extremely excited about that as well. By trade, I'm an entrepreneur. Over the past 15 years, I've owned and operated several highly successful businesses in finance, tech, retail, as well as wholesale distribution. My wife, Mana, holds a degree in molecular biology and is also a registered nurse who works in the operating room. I recently purchased an industrial warehouse in the newly developed Conejo Vista Business Center project. I'm sure you are familiar with it. I made this purchase in the hope of either one day moving one of my current businesses here or to perhaps start a new one. My brother-in-law, who could not be here tonight, is a scientist who holds a PhD from USC and has over 15 years of laboratory experience. Over the past year, together he and I have put together an extensive business plan for a state-of-the-art cannabis testing laboratory, and that's what brings me here this evening. I'd like to ask the council to reopen the application process for a cannabis testing lab in the city. I know the process was opened several months ago, and to my knowledge, no application was processed during that time. The business would bring state-of-the-art scientific research to the city, powered by a software platform that would allow us to adhere to all state and local testing and reporting standards. We would generate significant tax revenue for the city, and we would bring many science jobs to the city as well. The lab would be highly secure and located in the most tucked away and industrial portion of the city, and we would not be open to the public in any way. I would highly appreciate your consideration in this matter. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Martin Erickson, followed by Fred Fukunaga. Good evening, sir.
Good evening, Mayor Fox, members of the City Council. That was a beautiful presentation earlier. My name is Martin Erickson. I'm the Director of Public Transit for the Ventura County Transportation Commission. The commission, as many of you know, includes representatives from each of the 10 cities in Ventura County, as well as the 5 county supervisors and 2 public members, and you are ably represented by Councilmember Bill Della Pena on the commission. I'm here tonight to share some good news about public transit with you, and that is we have just started in the last week our College Ride program. And this is a program that allows every student basically in any of Ventura County's colleges, Cal Lutheran, Cal State Channel Islands, CSUCI, and the 3 community colleges at Moore Park, Ventura, and Oxnard to simply show their student ID and ride any of the transit operations in Ventura County. Our service, the VCTC intercity buses, the big blue buses, Gold Coast Transit, Thousand Oaks Transit, Camarillo, any of the 9 operators, simply by showing their valid student ID card. This is the first time this program has been offered in Ventura County. We're very excited about it. It's made possible by a grant, the only acronym I'll use tonight, LC-TOP. That's the Low Carbon Transit Operations Program, and that is state funding that is generated by the state cap and trade program. There are many other communities near us, Santa Barbara, Santa Cruz, that have had college pass programs for decades. So we're hoping that this program, even though it's just a pilot program funded for 1 year, can grow into a long-term and durable program over time. We have had a great partnership with all the colleges, with Cal Lutheran, and with all the administrators in the different cities, including staff from Thousand Oaks, and we appreciate that very much. If anyone is interested in more information on the program, I encourage them to go to our website. It's www.goventura.org, or call our Regional Transit Information Center, which is open Monday through Friday from 7 a.m. to 6 p.m., and that number is 1-800-438-1112. Thank you very much for your time and your support.
Thank you, sir. Fred Fukunaga, followed by Dr. Kevin McNamee.
Hello, Mr. Mayor and City Council members. My name is Fred Fukunaga. My wife and I are 22-year residents and homeowners in Thousand Oaks. I came here on a positive note to thank the city of Thousand Oaks. Number one of 2 things. Thanks in particular to the City Department of Public Works for the wonderful repaving job they've done both on my street and especially on Herbs Road, just downhill from Los Cerritos Middle School by Avenida de los Flores. That part of Herbs Road in the last several years has become very rutted to the point that it felt like riding on a washboard. It's smooth as glass now. Thank you very much. Number 2, in 22 years, every Thousand Oaks government employee I've ever dealt with has been conscientious, helpful, and courteous. Wow. I feel humble and proud and grateful to live in such a well-run city. Thank you very much.
Thank you, sir. Dr. Kevin McNamee, followed by Janice Wise.
Good evening, council members. My name is Dr. Kevin McNamee, and I'd like to speak to you about an important subject of water. First responders have been told that next time we have an earthquake, it's not going to be days or weeks, but maybe months before we get services back online. Grand jury here in Ventura County says that our water supply is too dependent on external water sources, specifically the Metropolitan Water District from Los Angeles. In an earthquake, that could easily be interrupted. That grand jury, after I read that, I started doing some back-of-envelope calculations, tapped into my background as an instructor at Ventura College in their water science department and my expertise in water treatment. What I found was that some 60% of the water that goes to the homes actually winds up going to the wastewater plants. There's technology out there called tertiary water treatment, where using reverse osmosis and micropore technology, you're able to take that water, make it ultra pure, and put it back into Lake Bard, which is the holding lake for the water that serves Ventura County. Lake Bard only has a 30-day supply of water, and if that supply from Metropolitan is interrupted, after 30 days, we would run out. By recycling that water from the wastewater plant, putting it back into the Lake Bard ultra-pure water, what we wind up doing is paying off the bonds to build a tertiary water treatment plant, and after that's paid off, reduce ratepayers, because instead of paying $1,200 an acre foot, it would only be $250 an acre foot. But you also have a 60% recycling going on, making us less dependent on Metropolitan, but also leaving more water for the farmers in our Central Valley. Back of envelope shows that this is possible. I met with Jay Spurgeon, project manager here in Thousand Oaks, as well as Susan Mulligan, manager of Callegas Water District. Met with them about 6 months ago. And I'm pleased to say that after I submitted an article to the Acorn, the next day, find out Las Virgenes Water District is actually looking at this same model to become less dependent on Metropolitan. The technology works. It's just a matter of the city here making it happen. And yes, the water district is technically not under the city council, but you do have a great deal of influence to make it happen. There are other things that can be done, putting up storage tanks in the hills, pumping water from what we have so that when we lose connection with Metropolitan Water District, we can tap into those reserves. There are answers out there, and I'd like to see this council be proactive, because it's not if, it's when we're going to get an earthquake and that water system is going to be interrupted. I'm just delighted that after my meeting with Jay and Susan, that they are moving in that direction. They just gave a nice presentation about what they're trying to do to become less dependent on imported water. And with that, I'll leave you a copy for each of you of the back of envelope calculations and how it will save the ratepayers as well as water stability.
Thank you, sir. Janice Wise, and our last speaker will be Joan Edwards. Good evening.
Good evening. As you know, I'm the Director of Community Relations at Art Trek, and it turns out it's a really nice night for gratitude here because we're here to thank you also. At the last meeting, you funded our request for a grant to do $5 Friday for teens. At Art Trek, we do consider all teens at-risk youth because they're just a couple of bad decisions away from doing something maybe that is not good for them. So we'd like to give them a nice, wholesome alternative and a good, safe place to be. So with your help, we are able to do that for $5 Friday for teens. We'll be working with the Youth Commission to plan 5 of those events. So thank you for that. And I'm also here to invite you to an unveiling of the latest Conejo Cottontail, which is going to be at many mansions right here on T.O. Boulevard. So the unveiling is on Friday at 10 a.m. The new Cottontail's name is Hope. She is beautiful. She was designed by award-winning artist Annette Power and donated to many mansions by Kate and Eddie Hartenstein and Andy and Jill Binsley. So I hope to see all of you there. It's going to be a really exciting time, and if you cannot make it to that, you'll be seeing Hope every single day driving down T.O. Boulevard. She's really going to be a head turner. So thank you again for supporting Art Trek.
Thank you. Our last speaker is Joan Edwards.
Good evening, City Council. I'm Joan Edwards. I live in the Westlake portion of Thousand Oaks. And let me start by just explaining, I think I've said this in past public comments, that on our planet now, over 15 billion trees are cut down every year. And now with the global warming, we have more fires. And so we're losing a lot of trees to the houses that need to be rebuilt because of the fires. And as of a couple years ago, we were only replanting about 7 billion trees, which leaves us in a big hole. And that's why I am so keen that the cities take up some of the responsibility of keeping our large landmark and oak trees because we're losing so many of them to fires. So it's important for cities to pitch in, do their part, and have the big trees saved. As I speak to people in the city about what's going on the boulevard, everybody seems very shocked. Oh, I thought we protected trees here in Thousand Oaks. Well, the general plan probably does protect trees here in Thousand Oaks, but as we are finding out on the boulevard, the specific plan goes around our oak tree ordinances. So we are now in a situation of cutting down quite a few trees at 299, and I know this is later on the agenda, so I won't speak to that. I did turn in some comments, and I won't apologize for calling you all names, and you're probably all mad at me. Oh, Mr. Price laughs. You probably liked my description of you. Anyway, I want to just say again that the people of this town, when they see our big trees being cut down indiscriminately, that means to them, oh, we can do that too. Look, the city's doing that. We can do that. We don't have to abide by the oak tree ordinances. Thank you.
Thank you. Item 7 is the consent calendar. Any items? 1 second. Any items council would like to call special on the consent? Mr. Adam, you want to move on that?
Nothing to pull, and I move the consent calendar.
Okay, Mr. Adam moves. We are having some technical difficulties, so I'm going to have, on some votes, I'm going to have the clerk call a roll call. On this one, I'll ask if there's no objection, that'll be approved. All right, then that'll be the order.
Mayor, I have 2 ordinance titles to read, so that motion carries 5-0. Ordinance titles are ordinance amending section 7-2.902B, 7-2910, and adding section 7-2913 of the Thousand Oaks Municipal Code regarding landscape and encroachments within the public right-of-way, ordinance number 1649NS, and ordinance amending Title 4, Chapter 7, Article 3B of the Thousand Oaks Municipal Code, City Water Division, ordinance number 1650NS.
Thank you, Ms. Rodriguez. Mr. Powers, do you have follow-up comments for public comment?
Thank you, Mayor Fox. Just 2 quick things. The gentleman that spoke in regards to the cannabis testing lab facility was correct in his statement. We did not receive any applications during that last open process. The council will have the discretion to open that process for a testing facility at any point in the future that it deems appropriate. So what I would like to do is have Deputy Community Development Director Kelvin Parker catch you in the lobby, sir, and he can gather your contact information to make sure we have a good connection there. And appreciate the kind comments regarding the street paving project. Just wanted to remind the public that that will be wrapping up by beginning of next week, the largest ever in our history, 53 square miles. Certainly has caused some traffic inconveniences here and there, but the product is turning out really great. So that will be wrapping up within the next week or so here. That's all.
Thank you. That moves us to item 8. That's our public hearing for this evening. Now, Madam Clerk, could you call item 8 for public hearing, please?
Hearing advertised as required by law is open to consider agenda item 8A regarding mixed-use project at 299 East Thousand Oaks Boulevard, LU 2017-70214, SUP 2018-70185, SUP 2018-70215, OTP 2018-70208, LTP 2018-70210, DAGR 2018-70228, and the applicant is the Latico Group, LLC. A speaker card is available for those wishing to address the City Council regarding this public hearing. All documents for City Council and the official city record should be presented to the City Clerk prior to speaking. Speakers are requested to state their name and community of residence for the record. 24 individuals have presented speaker cards, and pursuant to council standards, each speaker will have 2 minutes. The timer will sound when your time has ended.
Thank you, Ms. Rodriguez. Mr. Town, you're going to handle the report tonight?
Yes, sir.
Good evening.
Good evening, Mr. Mayor, members of the City Council. The item tonight, as was just mentioned by the City Clerk, is a proposed mixed-use project located at 299 East Thousand Oaks Boulevard. The overarching request for Council's consideration is whether to whether to approve a mixed-use project that includes 142 apartments, as well as over 10,000 square feet of ground floor commercial. Tonight's meeting is only made possible through what can only be described as an exhaustive amount of analysis and 2 public meetings over the past year plus. This process began last summer when the applicant submitted conceptual designs for staff review. Staff reviewed those and provided input. As a result of that input, the original concepts were actually modified. We'll be talking about all of these momentarily, but the sidewalk was widened, the courtyard was modified, the setback of floors was modified. And so that was an important first step in the process. That was followed by City Council's review of the project through what we call pre-screening, and that was your review of a request by the applicant to allocate residential capacity to the project from a citywide pool. That review and pre-screening was conducted, and City Council approved the allocation of the units. That does not denote final approval of the project. That is what is before you tonight. That simply allowed the project to go through the normal process. A pre-application meeting was held between the applicant and staff earlier this year, followed by a formal application being submitted in April, and then Planning Commission reviewed the proposed project in July and voted on a 3-2 vote to recommend approval of the project. This image shows the location of the property. As you can see, the property outlined in red, it's located immediately on the north side of Thousand Oaks Boulevard, and it is within the Thousand Oaks Boulevard specific plan, which is denoted in yellow. You can see that it's bracketed on both sides, basically by Boardwalk on the west and by Hoden Camp on the east. This aerial image shows the improvements on site as well as some of the vegetation. As you can see, the majority of the property is currently developed, and we will look at that in a little bit more detail momentarily. But you can also notice here that you have a couple of larger adjacent buildings. The building on the left is known locally as the Sinclair Building. It is a 4-story building that is immediately adjacent to the property. On the east side, actually slightly northeast, you can see another building that is the city's Oak Creek Senior Apartments project. And that, as well as a 3- and 4-story building, 3 in the front, 4 for the majority of the building. And as we will talk about shortly, the proposed building is 3 to 4 floors, so it is bracketed by buildings of comparable stories. Now, we are going to review a video of the site. Hopefully this will enable everybody to better understand the site conditions and the property overall. This is a view of the property looking north. As you can see, it has a building in the middle of it. This is the same view looking south. The building that you see there is used for both auto sales and auto body repair work. The building to the right is the Sinclair building that I mentioned previously. This building is the 4-story building adjacent to Thousand Oaks Boulevard. These are the Oak Creek Villa apartments, separated by a drainage between the two. This view looks at the property from a southeasterly direction and then transitions into an aerial shot which focuses on the front of the property. This is a tree that we'll be talking about also in a few minutes. This is Valley Oak Tree 39, which is showing significant evidence of decline, both sap oozing and, in this case, fungus on the tree trunk. This is a limb that was, my apologies, that recently fell from the tree. And this shows the proximity to the building. This image shows the approximate height relationship between the proposed building, the maximum height of the proposed building, and the adjacent Sinclair building. I think it's illustrative in terms of full understanding of the height of the proposed project. The proposed project is below the specific plan's maximum of, it's well below the maximum, which is at 50 feet average. It's actually below the absolute limit of 50 feet at about 49.5 feet. You can see the Sinclair building to the west. You're looking south here, is over 60 feet at the top of the equipment enclosure on the roof. It's approximately 61.5 feet. This is a good image, I think, of the back of the property, which is not paved, but there is some improvements, or are some improvements. On the lower left is a group of walnut trees, as well as a valley oak, actually 2 valley oaks and a holly oak. To the lower right, this is a walnut tree as well, surrounded on one side by asphalt, the other side by another parking area. This is the Arroyo Conejo, which runs along the north side of the property. Within the property boundary, there's about 1/3 of an acre of creek and adjacent property. The project, as proposed, is entirely outside the boundaries of that Arroyo area. It's in what we consider the upland area, and we'll talk about some actual enhancements to that area shortly. This is an image of that tree that I mentioned. This is tree number 44 in the Oak Tree Report. And this is also an image showing that group of trees and some of the challenges that these trees have had to face in terms of dealing with fencing and asphalt and other activities close to their location. In the back of the property in this Arroyo area, there are a number of non-native tree species. These are fan palms, and there is a condition in this project for the applicant to remove these non-native trees, including a eucalyptus tree and others, and it looks like 4 mature fan palms, which will significantly, in my opinion, enhance the area. These are close-ups of the fan palms. There has been, unfortunately, quite a bit of debris and dumping in this area in the past. That will be cleaned up if this project is approved and goes forward. Okay, now let's turn our attention to some more still images. This shows the building footprint of the proposed project. And as you can see, it is composed of really 2 buildings. First of all, it's composed on the lower right-hand side of this image, adjacent to Thousand Oaks Boulevard, a smaller building here. This is a 3-story building, which is connected to the larger building with 2 elevated walkways. The larger building is this structure. So as you can see, it basically meanders through the site, and in so doing, basically creates 2 large courtyards. This is a public courtyard with direct access to Thousand Oaks Boulevard, and this is a private pool courtyard for residents. Again, as you can see, in this image, the proximity of the two four-story buildings next to it. And also you can get an idea here of the lot configuration. It's about 280 feet wide adjacent to Thousand Oaks Boulevard and almost 500 feet deep. So as you can see, it's perpendicular to Thousand Oaks Boulevard, almost twice as deep as it is wide, so that a significant part of the building, as proposed, would not be directly visible from Thousand Oaks Boulevard, but would be visible as one enters the property. And the overall lot, I should say, is just over 3 acres. This is a photo simulation of the property looking in a northwest direction to give a sense of the massing of the design as compared to, again, nearby buildings, to look into the issue of neighborhood compatibility. This is the building right here, the overall massing. This is the Sinclair building, again, for reference. Oak Creek Villas across the drainage here to the right. And this is obviously Thousand Oaks Boulevard, right in front of the property right here. Now let's turn our attention to the architecture of the building and the frontage of it that faces Thousand Oaks Boulevard. On the right is the 3-story smaller building, and on the left is the portion of the 4-story building. 3, as you can see, where it abuts Thousand Oaks Boulevard. The partial 4th floor begins about 40 feet back from the first floor facade. So you can see the two buildings as they abut Thousand Oaks Boulevard are 3 stories each. You can see this courtyard that I mentioned between the two buildings. Here, this is all public space. This first floor of both buildings is proposed to be commercial and retail, as well as a restaurant. So all of this is commercial retail over here. And then this area right here is proposed to be a restaurant, approximately 2,600 square feet. This is another view of the courtyard, and I included this because staff believes that the courtyard is a key benefit of this proposed design. We think it's attractive. It's inviting. As you can see, it has multiple terraces. It is a great spot for outdoor dining, seating, gathering, and this area steps up in the back to even other public spaces that are out of this particular image's view. Also, you can see here in this rendering a rooftop terrace on the top of the 3-story building. This is one of 4 rooftop terraces for project residents. This public exterior space that I've been describing, shown again here in this oblique aerial, this is the public space as it fans out to Thousand Oaks Boulevard. This area is over 12,000 square feet, as shown here. The specific plan only requires 3% of the building's footprint to be public exterior space. That's a design standard. This project actually provides 26% of the building's footprint as public open space. So it's significant. It's over 8 times as much. And just for a comparison, this is almost the same. Actually, it's slightly more than the amount of public exterior space at the Lupe's mixed-use project, which is currently under construction on Thousand Oaks Boulevard near Herbs. In terms of the frontage on Thousand Oaks Boulevard, the streetscape, that will include a new sidewalk varying from 15 to 20 feet in width. The specific plan standard for this area is 15 feet, but the applicant has agreed to provide an additional 5 feet for the majority of the frontage so that it equates to 20 feet, which is significant in terms of width. What you're looking at here is a 10-foot wide existing sidewalk that would be entirely replaced with the new sidewalk. And this area would be 20 feet wide. And that, by the way, is the width standard for the downtown core, which is the widest sidewalk design in the specific plan. To give you an idea about what it would look like, this is looking now west. This is the Sinclair building here with the gray columns. This is, again, 10 feet today. A 20-foot sidewalk would basically widen it to this UPS drop box and to actually match here on the west side the width of the sidewalk in front of the Sinclair building. In front of the property, within the right-of-way, there are 4 holly oaks, varying from 25 to 50 feet in height. Those would all be preserved as part of the streetscape. As you can see, they're really quite mature, large, and help to create an attractive street design. This is an image of the east side of the buildings. Just quickly to show, again, significant articulation. The overall building design, we think, has a great attention to detail, multiple materials, a lot of window areas, and again, massing that's appropriate for residential and commercial use. Here you can see those elevated walkways that I mentioned that connects the smaller to the larger building. This is the west elevation, which is set back a couple hundred feet from Boardwalk. In terms of building stories, I think it's worth talking about because this is a waiver that is before you tonight. The specific plan standard is 3 stories, not to exceed an average height, as I mentioned, of 50 feet. The Planning Commission or City Council may consider a waiver for this standard. And in this case, the applicant is providing, as I mentioned, a partial 4th story. And we looked at this very carefully and in the end support that proposed partial 4th for the primary reasons included here. The height is within the overall height limit of the specific plan. Without a doubt, the maximum height of the building is 49 feet, 5 inches. The average is 42 feet, so well within the height, even with that additional floor. As I mentioned, the 4th floor has a significant setback from Thousand Oaks Boulevard. The courtyards break up the massing of that 4th floor as well. It's not a continuous 4th floor in terms of the overall building footprint. And then, as I mentioned, it's a comparatively deep lot, so a significant portion of the building will not be readily visible from Thousand Oaks Boulevard. This is a cross-section of the property, and it warrants just a moment of review. This shows we'll start from right to left. This is Thousand Oaks Boulevard. So this is cutting through the courtyards, and therefore it shows the smaller 3-story building on the east side of the property, PED connections to the main building. Then you see here there are 3 stories of residential, over 1 story of commercial around the courtyard. And then underneath the main building, you have 2 levels of parking, one entirely underground and the other one partially underground. In the back, again, you see this is the driveway where it wraps around. And then this is the arroyo over here, the property line running to about the middle of the creek. In terms of parking, I should also mention that the project, as reviewed by the Planning Commission, had a supply of parking, 229 spaces, which meets code requirements. However, as I'll talk about momentarily, staff is recommending that 2 of those spaces be deleted so that 4 trees in the back of the property can be preserved. This is a detail of the cross-section through the residential portion of the building, and I included this to highlight the relationship between the building and Thousand Oaks Boulevard. Again, Thousand Oaks Boulevard here, 20-foot sidewalk on the western portion of it, 3rd floor setback average of 10 feet, and then 4th floor setback approximately 40 feet. So the view from Thousand Oaks Boulevard is primarily of a 3-story building. Okay, this image speaks to the mix of units. I mentioned at the outset that there are 142 units proposed. 131 of those are market rate units, which includes 3 work-live units around the public courtyard. Also included in that total, the 142 total, are 11 very low-income units. This is important because the city is mandated to meet certain housing types based on income from the state. And so we still have an unmet need for low and very low income units in our current regional housing needs assessment and housing element around. Just to give you an idea about what this means, for a household of 4, that is approximately 50,700 maximum income. For a household of 2, it is $40,600. Again, if this project is approved, then those units would count toward that unmet need that the state is requiring of the city. And I should note that these 11 very low-income units, they comprise 8% of the ultimate total, and they're located on all different floors in all different configurations, studios, 1 and 2 bedroom units. Speaking of which, this is how the apartment types and sizes break down. I think that the takeaway message here is in the right-hand column, you can see that almost 70% of the apartment types are studios and 1 bedrooms, with about 30% being the 2 bedroom product. There is a significant amount of common residential open space, and that is composed of the rooftop terraces that I mentioned a moment ago, which are located here, as I showed, on the top of the 3-story building, as well as here, here, and there's one on the 3rd floor here. There's also this large garden/pool courtyard within the center of the apartments, and that common residential open space totals almost 14,000 square feet, which equals almost 100 square feet per unit. Now, that's important because there's one other waiver that the applicant is asking for, and that is in the private open space. That is the amount of open space devoted to private use through patios, balconies, etc. And as you can see here, the amount of private open space provided in this project varies from a low of 50 square feet to a high of 462 square feet. Now, the city standard is 100 square feet. So when you average all this out, you end up with almost an 80 square foot per average, or 80 square foot average per unit, which is under that 100 square foot standard. So the applicant is asking for a waiver of that standard in private open space. Staff, again, has looked at this carefully, and staff supports that in the context of that significant open space available to residents, which equates to almost 100 square feet per apartment. So when you sum the two, you have a very significant amount of area for private use. The applicant can speak to this, but the trend right now is toward slightly smaller private open space in these types of projects, with more common recreational area available for everybody's use. Here I'd like to talk a bit about the landscape plan just briefly. Again, Thousand Oaks Boulevard on the right-hand side. So here's Thousand Oaks Boulevard. Here are those 4 holly oak trees that I mentioned along the boulevard that are being preserved. The landscape plan calls out for a valley oak to be planted in the area where that valley oak tree 39 is located today. The plan also calls for a coast live oak tree here, here, and then all of these are London plane trees, which, as you know, grow quite tall, comparable generally in look and architecture shape to California sycamores. In the back of the property, you can see the arroyo. Again, the center of the creek is right about where the property line is here. And this area, all planned to be preserved, is about 1/3 of an acre. This is a view, you saw a little bit of it in the video clip, but this is a view of the creek looking west with the Fiore Garden Apartments behind. It's a view looking east, a couple of those fan palms in the foreground. Again, we do have debris that will be cleaned up if this project goes forward. Okay, Oak Tree 39. Again, you saw a video of it before. This is a mature valley oak. It has been there, obviously, some time. As noted in your staff report, there are 4 different sort of opinions, I should say, on this. 3 which recommend its removal. 1 of which recommends its preservation on site. Staff has looked at all of those and recommends that council consider removing this tree for the reasons that I mentioned before. It's showing significant signs of decline. It has shed a significant branch. This is quite a large branch, hundreds of pounds minimum in weight. And it's important because if that were to occur in this, with this tree preserved, this planter where it's planted today, where it lives today, is located right in the center of that public courtyard that I mentioned previously. So this is going to be a high pedestrian area around this tree. We have in the past hoped this tree would be able to be preserved, but based on all the evidence, staff is recommending that it be removed and that it would be replaced. As I mentioned here, with a 60-inch box valley oak, which would be approximately 20 feet in height and about 15 feet wide. Again, staff does not like to remove trees if it's avoidable. In this case, you have significant decline, limb failure, public courtyard, and public safety is ultimately paramount. Since the Planning Commission meeting and based on testimony at it regarding trees and potential impacts, staff looked at the site plan again very carefully. And staff is recommending the following parking modifications. The area in pink, staff is recommending that these 2 parking spaces be eliminated and that the area in orange, 2 spaces be shifted to the west about 5 to 10 feet. That would enable the preservation of 4 trees, this tree, this tree, this tree, and this tree. Those are 3 coast live oaks and 1 walnut tree. This would trigger a 3rd waiver, but that waiver is coming from staff, not directly from the applicant. And it would result in less than a 1% reduction in parking supply, but staff thinks that's a fair trade-off to preserve 4 additional trees. So the oak and landmark tree landscape, no pun intended, looks like this. You have 72 oak and landmark trees located on or very close to the property. Of those in the far right-hand column, you can see the number of proposed removals. So based on the proposed design, there would be 9 oak tree removals and there would be 10 landmark tree removals, all of those being walnut trees, for a total of 19. That is a 4-tree reduction since the Planning Commission hearing. As well, you have a number of encroachments with and without pruning, as shown in the center column in this table. Now, should City Council opt to follow this approach to the trees as proposed to be removed, the 19 trees under the code do require 57 trees to be planted in their stead. That's obviously a 3-to-1 ratio and would equate to 27 trees and 30 walnut trees. Those would be planted in 3 locations that we'll look at in a moment. On-site, Conejo Creek South Park and Conejo Creek Southwest Park. The walnut trees, they're not readily available in nurseries in large sizes. We're hoping to be able to acquire them in 15-gallon size. We have been contacting nurseries, and it appears that may be available. But that is the size that we have right now. We have written our condition, though, to require that the largest available size be acquired. For the oak trees, the sizes would be typically 24-inch and 36-inch box sizes, except that the exception to that rule would be that we would place the largest possible trees in those proposed planters on site. This, as I mentioned, is where the on-site trees will be planted. And then the balance of the trees would be planted off-site at Conejo Creek South and Southwest. This is the project site, of course, in red here, and a little bit less than a mile away. As one walks, you get to Conejo Creek Southwest, which is shown here in this green outline. This is Conejo Creek South, shown here. This is the nearest park site to the proposed development location. And we have another video to review. This shows Conejo Creek Park South with the 23 freeway on the left-hand side. Here are the soccer fields, which many are familiar with a ball field just south of that, and then a detention basin south of that. The walnut trees, the majority of them would be planted in this detention basin area. As you can see, there's no public access to this area right now. There's no trails or anything like that. It looks like an excellent spot for walnut trees. It is surrounded by coast and valley oaks, coast live oaks and valley oaks that the Conejo Recreation and Park District planted approximately 5 years ago and are doing quite well. In that detention area, there would be approximately 28 walnut trees planted. This is a different view looking north again. The other area in Conejo Creek South where trees would be planted would be where this area is showing between the paved bike path and the soccer fields. 14 oak trees would be planted in this area to augment the existing trees. Conejo Creek Southwest is this area immediately west of the 23 freeway. It's composed of two parts, east and west, separated by Page Lane. And the area in the most southwesterly portion here, obviously this is an undeveloped park site today, but it does have actually 5 large walnut trees here, here, and here. And so walnut trees will be planted near them to really enhance that grove. And then to the lower right, there would be another 10 oak trees planted in this area. Oops. Okay, now let's turn our attention to one of the items that I mentioned at the outset, the residential capacity needed for this project. 142 apartments, again, are proposed. 70 units are available through existing capacity in the specific plan and density bonus units resulting from the lower income apartments. And that equates to a need for 72 units. This was the basis of your pre-screening last October. That agreement, though, or that allocation is subject to a specific development agreement between the applicants and the city, which is also before you tonight in the package of entitlements and legislative actions. The purpose of a development agreement is really to define public and private benefits and responsibilities, in this case, on the basis of supporting the allocation of residential units to the project. The key deal points were reviewed by the Planning Commission, not the entire development agreement, but the key deal points, which are the heart of it, were reviewed. And there have been no significant changes to those deal points since then. Private benefits from the project include the allocation of units for the project to go forward, the partial fourth story that I mentioned. Another benefit is that the applicant would not be obligated to pay city impact fees, that is water, wastewater, and traffic, for 24 months with a 6-month option to extend that to 30 months. That would result in a certain amount of cost savings to the applicant. The private benefit is also that any development agreement, or typically for land use issues, locks in planning and development standards. Public benefits are numerous. As I mentioned before, staff believes it's a very high quality design architecturally. It does provide both market rate and affordable units. We clearly need housing in the community. The uses on site, the auto repair, open air auto sales, and the structures themselves, none of those would be permitted today under the specific plan. Those are all legal non-conforming uses and buildings, so this project would bring the property up to new specific plan standards. I mentioned the significant public exterior space. The project would also contribute almost $1.5 million to the Conejo Recreation and Park District through Quimby fees. Those fees are for park improvements, and these fees would be used to contribute to the development of that Conejo Creek Southwest Park, which is currently undeveloped today, but for which the Park District is preparing plans. The development agreement also includes $1.25 million to the city for community needs as City Council sees fit. And then finally, many of us have been involved in and working on the Downtown Specific Plan for many years. This project, I think, is a key step in terms of actually implementing that vision to create an attractive, vibrant, pedestrian-oriented area that includes both residential and appropriate commercial and restaurant uses. In terms of environmental review, and we're almost done, a program EIR, Environmental Impact Report, was prepared for the overall specific plan area. That included mitigation measures that are applicable to all projects that go forward in the area. Because it was prepared as a program EIR, the appropriate evaluation was an environmental checklist, which was prepared, as well as related detailed studies. Those studies do not indicate that there were any significant new impacts from the project, including no significant new traffic impacts. Traffic in the area at nearby intersections operates at a level of service A, and this project would not affect that. So in conclusion, staff recommends that City Council approve the project entitlements and legislative actions based on the findings and subject to the conditions of approval in the staff report. I would, however, like to just point out a few final additional points. First of all, as part of your supplemental packet today, staff made a couple of changes to conditions. As noted in the supplemental packet, condition number 19 of both the oak tree permit and the landmark tree permit were modified to provide a 5-year maintenance period rather than a 2-year period, as included in the prior condition that went to Planning Commission. Phasing would be in 2 phases instead of 1, and that's because of a change on project grading. And condition number 19, which would add the following language, that the project property shall be graded in 2 phases, including mass grading of the majority of the site and secondary fine grading near the east and north perimeters of the property area to lessen potential impacts to protected trees. And that's in response to a comment letter that staff received on the project. In addition, I would just like to note for the record that staff is recommending a change to one finding. It is to the landmark tree permit, which is attachment 6 in your packet, and it is finding number 3. What it would do is, instead of saying that it is incumbent for the applicant to grow 15-gallon size walnut trees, that each walnut tree would be 15-gallon size or the next largest size available, and be made available for planting prior to occupancy. So that matches the condition of approval that we have for the project on that point. Finally, I just wanted to mention staff who are available here to my left, at least at the dais, to answer questions. To my left is Corey Finley, Senior Planner and Case Planner on this project. To her left is John Innes, the city's Oak and Landmark Tree Consultant on this project. And to his left is Jim Taylor, Senior Engineer who reviewed the project for Public Works. And with that, staff would be happy to answer any questions. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Town. Very good report. Prior to going for questions, City Attorney advises me that I need to poll each council member to state on the record if they have had any ex parte communications regarding this project, and that would include simply visiting the site. So let me start with you, Mr. Adam. Just state for the record if you had any communications.
Yes, I did visit the site, met with the owner and staff, and
very good.
Spend a little time on the site, yes.
Mr. Price.
I did meet with the project applicant, and thanks to technology, I know that was on September 5th of 2017, so nearly a year ago. In addition to that, I also walked the site about maybe 3 weeks ago, 2-3 weeks ago.
Mr. McCoy.
Same. Back in September, met with the owner and went with staff to visit the site and went there on my own on 2 occasions.
And Mr. Bill De La Pena.
Yes, I did meet with the owner this past Wednesday, and before that, I was the first council member just for this project to visit the site, but the property owner was not present.
Okay, thank you. And I've also visited the site on 2 occasions. Once was just by myself. Nobody was there. I didn't talk to anybody. The first time was with city staff, and the property owner was there. We said hello. We didn't have any discussion regarding the project. So that meets that requirement.
Mr. Mayor, I didn't realize, I also went to the site twice on my own. So just in the interest of transparency.
Okay, very good. All right, Mr. Adam, do you have any questions?
Yeah, I do, Mr. Fox. Yeah, as I just stated, I did visit the site and walk through it and pretty familiar with it. So I don't really have questions on my own, but what I thought I might do is pose to you, Mr. Town, and thank you for the report, by the way, very thorough, some of the questions I received from constituents about 299 and some of their concerns. One thing that I would like to point out, and you mentioned in your report, this is a non-conforming site, which simply means that what's there now could never be built in this day and age with the standards that we have.
That is correct.
So the point being, it's certainly not a greenfield site. A greenfield site is a vacant land that's never been developed. It's what's called a brownfield site. It is, in fact, ripe for redevelopment, is it not?
This is a redevelopment of the site. It is almost entirely developed today, and basically the same footprint is proposed for development under this new design.
All right, thanks. And here's some of the concerns. Tree 39, the big tree in the middle. I've been following this project now for the last year because that's how long we've been working on it. Was not the original intent to build around that tree?
The original intent was to build around that tree, as shown in the current design. The tree is in a planter, and staff, frankly, has been reluctant to consider removing that tree. We looked at it over a year ago, did not approve its removal, and yet the tree has not shown any significant signs of improving. It shows the same concerns that I outlined previously. Also, I would like to mention that the proposed grading design would include about 3 to 4 feet of fill in the immediate area of that tree. So even if one wanted to try to preserve that tree under the current design, it would be essentially, in a depression, and that typically is not very good for long-term oak tree health.
And our oak tree experts gave it what rating? For health, that is.
I believe that was a D.
A D rating, which is right above near death. So the rating wasn't very strong on that tree. And let me ask you this. Would it be wise in the state of that tree to build a public access area around it with active pedestrian activity around that area?
I do not think so. This is about as high pedestrian of an area as one can imagine in the downtown area. It's just not prudent to, I think, retain the tree, not given the amount of foot traffic and both residents and visitors alike that would be in that area.
Mm-hmm. So there'd be a certain amount of liability there for either the property owner or the city based on the limbs that have already fallen from the tree and the condition that it's in.
Correct.
Okay. And then just the trees in general, we surveyed 72 trees. We're looking to retain 75% of the trees that were surveyed. 23 would not be retained, but that's been dropped down to 19 due to the changes in the traffic, the parking, I should say. If I read the staff report right, about a third of those trees were C-rated or better in health.
Correct.
Yeah. And what I think people need to understand is this is not a pristine, majestic oak grove out in an open space. Would you say, and I looked at these trees, would you say that because of the urban setting, many of them have been constricted or stunted because of where they are?
Well, I think you have trees that are clearly in an urban setting that long term, it'll be difficult for them to ever reach their full potential as compared to trees that are out in a natural setting. Whether this project goes forward or not, those trees are already constricted, and as you saw in the Oaktree report and the tree location map, many of the trees have sort of odd shapes. They're stunted, et cetera, in part because of the competition for sunlight, and you don't have that as much in natural settings as you do in these restricted urban locations.
Changing the topic from trees, there's been some concern too about the fact that this project's in a floodplain, a FEMA designated floodplain. I think there's a lot of areas in Thousand Oaks are in floodplains, but do you see any imminent danger to the project by being in a floodplain?
The short answer is no. I mean, there are many areas in the city that are in floodplain zones. In this case, the applicant is actively working on that issue, and I think at this point I may opt to turn the microphone over to Mr. Taylor, senior engineer.
Well, we don't have to get into it really in depth. I mean, maybe that'll come up later, but the short answer is that floodplain or not, there's no imminent danger of mudslides or anything that.
No, there's
okay.
there is a need to address a potential flooding of the northwesterly portion of the property. The applicant has looked at the hydraulics and the capacity of the Arroyo Conejo Creek very carefully, have run their analyses, and are confident that the numbers that FEMA based their map on are not accurate. They have already contacted FEMA and will be continuing to follow that up to actually have the map modified to reflect an accurate depiction of the creek hydraulics.
Okay. And speaking of the creek, I got a number of emails that with conjecture that somehow this project would, and in their words, destroy the arroyo back there.
The project, I think, is just the reverse. Personally, I think, and professionally, it would enhance the arroyo, and I say that because the development itself is entirely outside the creek. It is outside the creek itself, the adjacent stream banks and riparian habitat. It is in what we call an upland area, entirely out of that corridor. In addition, the removal of non-native trees will enhance the area. We have already contacted Watershed Protection District and U.S. Fish and Wildlife regarding that project to remove the non-native trees. They have both indicated that they would work with that request. They would probably condition it to ensure there's no bank degradation when the non-native trees are removed, and most likely would require the planting of native trees as part of that project. That is within their jurisdictional boundaries, but the project as proposed is not within those jurisdictional boundaries. But the removal of non-natives, removal of removal of debris, and the illegal dumping in that area would all benefit the creek.
Yeah, I mean, I myself saw a lot of negative human encroachment, for lack of a better word, back there. And did we not at one point think about a bike path and a dog park back there, but we scrapped those ideas just to keep the arroyo pristine?
Correct. So in the pre-screening design that you reviewed, there was a pedestrian path and a little dog run area. Those were both eliminated before the design went forward to the Planning Commission to further try to avoid impacts anywhere within that Arroyo Conejo area.
Okay. All right, just a couple more. Concern about traffic. If I read the staff report correctly, there'll be 87 extra car trips during PM peak hours out of the proposed development. How will this affect the level of service at our different intersections along Thousand Oaks Boulevard?
So based on the traffic analysis, you're right. The project would result in an increase of 87 peak hour PM trips. That does not reach the 100 trip threshold that would affect the level of service. Therefore, the existing level of service, which is A, at Moore Park and Thousand Oaks Boulevard, at Hodenkamp and Thousand Oaks Boulevard, and at the two Moore Park off-ramps, none of those, all those LOSA today, none of those would decrease to a B or below from this project.
So our level of service will stay unchanged?
That's correct.
Okay. Sorry, just one or two more. A lot of concern that we didn't file an environmental impact report, and I know in the staff report that you just showed, in fact, we did. So it had a programmed report, but we took it one step further and did an environmental checklist of all the different environmental challenges or lack of challenge that this property would have faced, did we not?
Correct. So the environmental impact report looks at the broad picture for a specific geographic area. And a program EIR therefore looks at broad issues, area-wide traffic, noise, etc. But it does not go into the site-specific details of particular parcels. That's just not appropriate. It's too much detail for that type of a document. But a program EIR was prepared for this 345-acre area. But for each project that comes forward, those projects are what we call tiered off of the program EIR, meaning that for that particular project, you prepare what's called an environmental checklist, which looks at the site-specific issues, like in this case, oak and landmark trees, traffic, those types of potential impacts that were not evaluated in detail in the the program EIR for that particular property. This is the same approach that was used for the Lupes project. It is supported by CEQA, the California Environmental Quality Act. The intent of a program EIR is so that each individual project does not have to essentially reinvent the wheel and create and write an entire new EIR for every individual project. But in combination, you end up looking at all of the potential impacts from a project, both site-specific and broadly within the defined area.
Yeah, and I did look at the environmental checklist, and it was pretty thorough as far as adverse effect on wildlife. There would be non-wildlife corridor. There isn't one back there. The floodplain, did it induce growth? No, it doesn't affect anything in the outlying areas. It's an infill project. So we did, I think, do a fairly exacting review. Just one other thing. I got a couple of emails saying that they felt the project was not compatible with the surrounding area. But I think in your staff report, it looked clear to me at least that there were buildings around the area that were very similar to what's being proposed.
Correct. So as I mentioned at the outset, the property does have two 4-story buildings on each side of it, the Sinclair building and the Oak Creek Villas senior apartment building. The Sinclair building, as I pointed out, the maximum height is about 12 feet taller than the proposed maximum height of this building, and even to the top of the parapet, that's still about 5 feet higher than this building. So Sinclair building is significantly higher. The height of this building is approximately the same as the Oak Creek Villas building. And so you combine that with all of the vegetation that would be preserved in the arroyo behind it, between the Oak Creek Villas apartments and this project, you'd have very little visibility of the property. You'd see a bit of the back of the building from Boardwalk, but again, that parking field, as you know, has its own oak landscape, and so it's not readily visible either.
In fact, that was going to be the last concern I was going to share with you. A number of folks felt that somehow this project would obstruct the views of our view shed and the mountains around the city. Is that going to happen?
Not in my opinion. I live in that general area. I drive Hillcrest and Thousand Oaks Boulevard on a regular basis. Obviously, it depends on where the perspective is taken from, but this building, based on the adjacent buildings, vegetation, the 2-story Fiore apartments immediately to the north on the other side of the creek, those all have much greater potential impacts on viewshed, as well as the mountains to the south. The foothills are really quite large comparatively.
Right.
So.
Well, thank you, Mr. Tanner. I hope this cleared up some of the concerns at any rate, and we'll hear more as the hearing progresses. Thank you.
Again, just to remind the council and for the public, our electronics are down this evening, so we're doing it old school. with respect to questions, public comments, that type of thing, using cards. So with that, I'm just going to go straight down the line. I'm assuming there'll be questions from each council person. We'll go to you, Mr. Price.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Excuse me, just a few. I want to go back to the waivers that you spoke about during your presentation. There were just two that I remember, and I want to make sure that I got them right. And then I think you added in a third recommendation at the end, and that's the one that I missed. But the first waiver was the fourth story, which can you talk about that and what it is that we're asking to waive?
Sure, I'd be happy to. So there are three waivers before you tonight. First one is to allow that fourth story. Again, I consider it a partial fourth story because it's set back significantly from the front of the building, from the front facade. But that is a waiver because the specific plan says 3 stories, but it also has 3 stories not to exceed 50-foot average height. This project is well within the height standard, even with the fourth story, but the fourth story itself does require your approval as a waiver. So even though it's within the building envelope, explicitly per the specific plan, the fourth story must be approved.
Do you know how far back, of course you do, how far back that is set from the boulevard?
It's set back approximately 40 feet.
Okay.
40 feet.
Okay. And the others?
The second is the private open space. So our code standard is 100 square feet of private open space, meaning balconies, patios, terraces, that type of thing. In this case, the average private open space is about 80 square feet, but some go down to 50 square feet, and some go as much as over 450. These are private balconies. Okay, this is per unit, right? 50 square feet per unit, all the way up to 462, but the average is 78. So that's below the 100 square foot standard, so that is clearly a waiver. And the reason in this case, and this is a case-by-case analysis and approval on your part, is that there's a significant amount of common area for apartment residents. And that in and of itself is almost 100 square feet per unit. So that is your second waiver. And the third one comes more from staff than the applicant, and that is the removal of those 2 parking spaces, which triggers technically a parking waiver because it's not, the supply is 1%, less than 1% under the required amount.
Okay. Okay. Then in speaking about the parking waiver, were you not suggesting just moving those 2 spots to another location and therefore be a waiver?
There's really no other spot on site given this design where we could move those spots to. Therefore, we are looking at them as a straight deletion, as well as the movement of 2 other spaces to the west a little bit to provide more room for those 4 trees. But there's no other place where we could just move the 2 spaces to. Okay,
that's what I misunderstood. I thought you were suggesting that we moved them from one spot to another, but the ones in the pink on your diagram, those are spots that you're suggesting
those
be
are
eliminated.
deletions, correct.
Okay, and those would result in the saving of 4 additional trees.
Correct.
Which trees are those?
They're trees 13 through 17. They comprise 3 coast live oaks and 1 walnut tree, and they vary in size from, I'd say, roughly probably 8 to 10 inches in size, in trunk size, approximately. They're taller trees, though. They're probably 25 to 30 feet generally in height.
So the environmental checklist then accounted for that change?
That environmental checklist was actually prepared prior to this change. This change was since the Planning Commission meeting, so it's just another attempt. We're continually looking at ways to potentially refine any design, and this was simply another attempt to refine that parking lot and parking design.
Okay, I'm looking at number 13, tree number 13 on the environmental checklist. And there it indicates it is walnut, and the box for on-site is checked, but there is no removal. Just wondering if it was updated then.
Right. So the did I say 13? I'm sorry. It's 14 through 17.
Oh, okay.
Are the 4 trees?
That makes more sense then. Now everything squares.
Right. So again, the tree location map doesn't reflect those yet. Those are post-map production.
Okay. All right. And I think I just had one other question. Oh, the EIR, I think it was the 327 that was done for the specific plan, the entirety of it. The tiered environmental checklist, is that something the city of Thousand Oaks came up with, or is that something that is permitted by CEQA? I think I heard you say that, and I just want to make sure.
No, it is per CEQA law, per the California Environmental Quality Act. It specifically provides for that. It's in the state CEQA guidelines, section 15168. So,
okay, thank you. I have nothing more.
Thank you, Mr. Price. Mr. McCoy.
Just for sake of clarity, could you please review the delayed payment of the city impact fees for me again?
of course, this is a request from the applicant that's embedded in the development agreement to delay the payment of city impact fees, that is traffic, water, and wastewater, for 2 years, with an option to extend it to 2.5 years. This proposal does not affect any other impact fees: school, police, fire, park district. It's only those fees which would be otherwise collected early on in the development process by the city. That results in a certain amount of cost savings, which I'm sure the applicant can address. And the total approximate amount that we're talking about in terms of delaying would be approximately $2.2 million for 24 to 30 months.
Thank you.
Ms. Bill De La Pena.
Thank you, Mayor Fox. Good evening. Thank you for the very thorough presentation. I'm going to segue from the development agreement question. The development agreement at the Planning Commission hearing on July 9th, I believe it was not at all available because it hadn't been completed yet in detail. And my question is, why would the Planning Commission be asked to vote on a document that they had not read?
What was provided to the Planning Commission were the key deal points of the development agreement. They were not provided with the entire document, but they were provided with all of the fundamental deal points. The only change to that is that 6-month extension that I mentioned on the delay of city impact fees that Councilmember McCoy just mentioned. The review by Planning Commission is a recommendation to City Council. Ultimately, it is your purview to consider that document tonight. But the fundamental part of it, the heart of it, are those deal points, and those were all provided to the Planning Commission from the City Attorney's Office.
Normally, we try to avoid such cases where we don't have full documentation for review to be voted on, correct?
I can probably answer that since it was my office that did the negotiations on this. You know, we do try to get all documents to the decision-making body prior to approval, but there are times where, based on timing for projects, that we don't get the nuts and bolts or the A's, ands, and those decided or agreed upon in the document. It's no different than, for instance, the marijuana operations agreement that the City Council just approved. City Council approved entering into an agreement with the operator, but did not have that agreement before them, but did identify what those deal points are. And City was tasked with negotiating those deal points. Really no different than that, though.
And that was a decision by the council, not by the Planning Commission. So with council, I think it's more common, perhaps, but It's been my experience, not necessarily with the Planning Commission. The question that I have is, I'm glad you mentioned, and I have various questions, several questions. I'm glad you mentioned the pre-screening hearing back in October, was it? Or was it September? October, yes. That night, the council voted on the allocation of Measure E units or units from the Measure E bank.
Correct. It was the allocation of units, and you allowed concurrent processing of the project.
Exactly, because I do remember distinctly mentioning that because we allocate or vote to allocate 142 units does not necessarily mean that all units will be used, depending on site restrictions. So the concept in itself was really not approved because at that time, did staff know that walnut groves, which is a rare species, and that many oak trees existed on the site? I mean, council was not made aware of that night.
Correct. Maybe I can just elaborate 30 seconds. The pre-screening is a conceptual evaluation. It's designed to give you, the city council, an early view of a project rather than at the very end of the process, which is the traditional approach. It does not denote final approval. That is exactly what you are considering tonight. And it does not have all the details. We do look at it from a lens or through a lens of trying to ensure that it works in terms of circulation, parking, building standards, etc., so that it's not just a beauty contest. It is a real functional project. But we work out those details subsequently through the pre-application process, the application process, the Planning Commission review, environmental evaluation, etc. So, no, when you consider this last October, it was just to really allocate those 72 units, up to 72 units is what you did, and allow the process to move through the process.
Thank you for the clarification, because I was watching the Planning Commission hearing and listening to the statements and comments by the planning commissioners. It seemed as though they felt that this was the vision that was dictated by the council, and they had no other choice or options to really say anything else other than to recommend this. So I just wanted to be clear on the record that council approved the allocation of Measure E units only, and not the actual design. And again, the comments made that evening were that because 142 units are being allocated, and this goes for any project, that doesn't mean that the end result will be 142 units. Okay. Now that I got that out of the way, I do have questions regarding environmental issues. And I believe that we did have a comment here regarding U.S. Fish and Wildlife, and you mentioned it. Tell me why this particular site is not within the jurisdiction of U.S. Fish and Wildlife, because the comment made from a resident or resident group was that U.S. Fish and Wildlife, during the evaluation of the Thousand Oaks Boulevard specific plan, wanted to be consulted for projects.
So the proposed project is, again, outside the jurisdictional boundary of U.S. Fish and Wildlife, which is essentially the riparian edge to riparian edge. It does not include the upland area. Within the riparian sides of a creek, there's the riparian area, wetland, actual creek bottom where the standing water is. This is located completely outside that area, so there's no direct impact from the project. In fact, as I mentioned, staff is recommending that the non-natives be removed. That will trigger additional native plantings in the area. Debris will be removed. And because of that request, we did contact Fish and Wildlife. They did respond, and they indicated that they would consider a permit to remove those trees, and it would be subject to their own conditions. And we also contacted Ventura County Watershed Protection District on the same topic. So that has been our interaction with Fish and Wildlife and with Watershed Protection District. The letter that was referenced from Mr. Blankenship to me back in 2011, which is part of the EIR. does request that they be contacted if sensitive species, I believe it's rare and endangered species, are impacted. They're not being impacted through this project. The impacts to oak and landmark trees are being mitigated through our oak tree and landmark tree ordinances, which is consistent with our general plan. Our general plan actually references those policies. So the project is consistent with their jurisdiction. There are no impacts. In fact, I think at the end of the day, we will have a much more attractive and healthy ecosystem back there. If you actually look at the area behind the Sinclair parking lot, you can see the difference between an area there's largely been where non-native species have largely been removed and there's very little dumping compared to the site behind the subject property.
Thank you. Thank you for addressing that. Those were specific comments that are in our supplemental packet. Now, a letter that I did not see in the supplemental packet is from it was emailed to every council member and staff, I believe, at 5 o'clock this afternoon, so it was really late. It comes from, excuse me just a second, CNPS, California Native Plant Society, which is very familiar with native plant species. And it says that the black walnut or California walnut tree on a global spectrum of a G1 to G5 is a G3 in rarity and restricted in range. Is that something that our oak tree experts or environmental experts are familiar with?
Well, I'll let our oak tree expert speak for himself just in a moment. The California black walnut that we're talking about, Juglans californica, is a species that is of limited distribution in California. It's on the California Native Plant Society's watch list because of that. It's not rare and endangered in terms of category, but it is a species that, again, the Native Plant Society recommends that it be monitored because of that limited distribution. In terms of our city, our open space area, I know of areas where there are quite significant stands of walnuts, especially the North Ranch and the Hillcrest open space areas. So they occur in certain areas in our open space. They are less common in an urban area, no doubt, such as this particular site. Whether there are other small stands like this of walnuts would be hard to say on other private property in the city. But I do know from a lot of experience with open space issues that there are very healthy populations in our open space system, which is certainly good in the context of limited distribution.
Yes, and the species that are on this site are actually quite nice. The condition that you mentioned earlier for the replacement of walnut trees, did I hear correctly when you said that you will require a minimum of 15 gallons, of 15-gallon plants, rather than anything below that?
Correct. Do you have that? It was 15 gallons or largest size available.
And as we know, native plant nurseries currently in our immediate area don't have any 15 gallons available. They only have 1 gallon available, correct?
That's correct. We contacted Matilaha Nursery. They only had 1 gallon sizes available. We contacted Tree of Life. They indicated that they have 5 gallon available, which are about 3 feet in height in terms of the actual young walnut tree. So they're typically not grown large sizes because they're less common than oak trees. And so that's normally 5. In the past, we've been able to acquire 15 gallons. But when staff contacted those nurseries, we will continue that hunt. We didn't find immediately 15 gallons. Hopefully they're readily available.
The walnut trees that are on the site, the biggest one, what would you say? Is it about 20, 25 feet?
No, I said taller than that. I think the tallest would be probably the one on the west side of the property. I believe it's about 40 feet.
40 feet. And how old do you think that tree is? Maybe Mr. Innes could answer that.
I think I may defer that one to Mr. Innes, our oak tree consultant.
Purely a guess, but I would say that those largest walnuts out there are well over 100 years old, probably 200 years old.
It's an educated guess, though, right?
Yes, yes, it is.
Thank you. Okay, then the London plane, which is a sycamore hybrid tree, is that something that could be replaced with any of the other oak trees that are on property that are slated for removal?
I think the only concern there is the planter size for those London plane trees. Looking that up very quickly. Yeah, they're quite small is the concern. London plane trees are generally smaller in stature than California sycamores, and I'm looking at the planter areas. They're comparatively narrow compared to where the oaks are proposed to be planted on site, which vary from about 10 by 10 to 20 by 20 in terms of square area available for a box specimen. So I don't think that we'd be able to plant oak trees or sycamores in those locations.
Okay. And I do have questions for the applicant later on when you make your presentations regarding the oak trees and black walnut, as we discussed. Let's see. The site is just slightly over 3 acres, 142 units. And not too long ago, a parcel across the street, which was about 6 acres, the other, the Christmas tree lot, was it 6 acres or was it 10 acres?
It's approximately 6 acres.
Yeah. Had a proposal of 185 units, I believe, and I believe that was given a thumbs down because of density. Does my memory serve me correctly?
Well, we have looked at various concepts for that property. Density is always something that we review. Some of the early designs that we saw for that property, we were not supportive of in terms of the design, in terms of protection of those large oak trees on site. In fact, concerns about the undergrounding for the power line utilities and those factors. So it wasn't density per se, it was a variety of issues that we discussed with potential builders on that property. And as you know, nothing to this date has been submitted for formal review.
That is correct. This project, as you said, is asking for 3 waivers, one of which will be city staff asking for the deviation in parking. And I'm glad you mentioned this. The Thousand Oaks Boulevard specific plan calls for strictly 3 stories, not 4, and therefore this particular project needs a waiver. Why do the low-income units not count toward the Measure E Bank?
Because the Measure E units, or the lower-income units, they trigger a density bonus, which is a density bonus of up to 35% above the maximum density the city has in their general plan. And in this case, above the specific plan as well. The theory behind it is that the state is really mandating this additional density so that they avoid local growth control measures such as Measure E and others. So the premise that state mandate, this is rooted in state law, density bonus. In this case, there are 34 density bonus units based on the 35% maximum. Are outside of our Measure E. They're outside of our normal growth control measures, our normal density per our general plan, and in this case, the specific plan. So the amount of Measure E units needed for this project is 72, but that does not extend to the density bonus units, the 34 density bonus units.
Can I just clarify? It's not the low units that don't count. Those do count. It's the density bonus units that don't count.
So the 11 units do count,
Yes.
but the 34 units that they're getting don't count?
Isn't that the way it works?
That's correct.
Yes. So the low units, the units count towards the Measure E allocation. The density bonus units do not count because that is per state law exempt from cities' general plans, zoning codes.
So the city couldn't adopt a policy saying that density bonus units should be part of growth control measures?
Yeah, the city could always do that. It would be a new interpretation under Measure E, but the city always has the policy of doing that.
Okay. All right. Thank you. And last but not least, the environmental checklist. As you said, an ER was done for specific Plan 20, but one did not know that there were rare species or not necessarily endangered, but still protected trees, rare trees on properties on the boulevard. Now, I know the checklist is within the CEQA guidelines, but knowing that there were different tree species, and in particular the walnut tree, which is rarer or less common than the oak tree, and then given also the arroyo, and why was an M&D not done or an EIR, a supplemental EIR?
So, again, with a program EIR, the appropriate tool for evaluation is the environmental checklist. Because the EIR has already been prepared, CEQA does not require the preparation of another MND, mitigated negative declaration, or subsequent or supplemental EIR for that matter, because the idea is to prepare the analysis that focuses on the specific property, which is what was done in this case. The applicant looked at the trees, they looked at geotechnical and related studies. But CEQA does not require a more extensive analysis because that analysis was already done in the original EIR. So in staff's opinion, all of the potential site impacts have been fully evaluated through the original EIR and after that through the environmental checklist.
And just to add on to that, under CEQA, once a project, and again, by project in this case, this was the specific plan, is evaluated under CEQA. CEQA actually has regulations and rules that prohibit requiring additional MNDs or EIRs if the project had been adequately analyzed at a different level. So in order for the city to require an MND or an EIR, it has to have clear evidence that there is an environmental impact that was not previously analyzed in order to require such an additional document.
Thank you. That's it for me. Thanks.
Okay, thank you. Mr. Town, I'm going to have you reference some of the pictures or maybe even the video on kind of a still here. Let me start first with, you mentioned the state housing requirements. Council got a lot of correspondence with regard to the fourth story proposal with this. It's my understanding that in negotiations with the project applicant, trying to maximize the number of affordable units, that it simply wasn't going to pencil out, if you will, if we limited it to 3 stories and still required the addition of the affordable units. Is that a fair statement?
Yes, it is. The applicant has indicated that fourth story element is essential for this project to go forward.
All right. Why is it important for us to pay attention to the state housing requirements? In other words, how come the city just can't say to the state, forget it, we're going to do what we want?
Well, one of the main sticks, so to speak, is availability of state grant funding. If we do not meet RHNA requirements through a housing element, then it's possible that we would not be able to acquire state grants for a variety of projects. If the city does not meet its RHNA standards, then the 8-year window for housing element preparation is reduced in time, requiring a more frequent review and analysis. Those are just 2 immediate impacts.
All right. The addition of 11 very low income units, and as you point out, that's a household income of $50,000 for a household of four. So we're not talking people that don't earn an income. It's they're making almost $51,000 a year. The question I have is, based on land cost here in Thousand Oaks, what's the viability of building a standalone low-cost housing project, given, one, the available land, and two, the available land cost? Is there really any real opportunity to do that with what we have left with respect to our land inventory?
What we're seeing in terms of development concepts, where affordable units are included, is that they are in a sense subsidized by the market rate units. That it's very difficult to design a project which is 100% affordable, but to include a small affordable component within a within a typical residential project is the way that it ends up penciling out.
All right. The other thing with respect, I certainly have an opinion on this, but from a professional planning standpoint, smart growth, if you will, what's better, a standalone low-income project or a project that mixes in low-income with market value units at the same quality? And I think it's important for the community to understand the low-cost units are the exact same quality as the residents next door who are paying full market. There's no difference here. From a smart growth, League of Cities, from the Planning Institute, these kind of think tanks that look at growth in cities, what's the more desirable option?
Well, the more desirable option is to include affordable units within a market rate design, within a market rate project. The state law requires that they, as you mentioned, be designed so that they are just like the market rate units. There can't be any difference there. And that they be, again, scattered in terms of the type of apartments, the location. They can't be consolidated in any one area or any one type of design. So the idea is locate them in compact locations where you have enough density to support those affordable units.
All right. Two more questions with respect to four-story element. First, as you pointed out, for folks that aren't aware, this project is directly next door to a four-story building. So any discussion about we don't need four-story buildings in Thousand Oaks, a little late on that perspective because it's exactly right next door. And it's also adjacent to a senior affordable project, if I'm not mistaken, that's also 4 stories. Is that correct?
That's correct.
When was the Sinclair building's been around a long time. When was the senior Oak Creek Villas, when was that approved?
I believe it was 2004.
You got a great memory. You would remember. What is it? 2004. And my recollection is that basically went through the public hearing process without a whole lot of public comment.
That's my recollection.
And I believe it was a 5-0 vote, was it not?
I believe so.
So, and that's a 4-story element directly adjacent to this project.
Correct.
All right. So again, just to summarize, the real issue here with the 4th floor is in order to try to achieve some level of affordable, low-cost affordable units that are mixed in with market rate units.
Yes.
All right. Hopefully that at least answers some questions with respect to why the proposals for 4 stories. And then again, for sightline distance, looking at it, I've been to the site. You will not be able to see the 4th floor either standing in front of the project or even all the way across the street. Is that a fair statement? You will not see the 4th floor.
Right. So if you'd like, we can go back and look at images that are in the PowerPoint. One of those depicts the view from essentially the south side sidewalk, and the 4th floor is not readily visible.
All right. So let's move to trees. Got a lot of public input on the trees. Let's start with tree 39, the oak tree. Could you put a picture up of the oak tree 39 again?
There it is.
All right. The zoomed-in one that had the large crevice in the middle of the trunk oozing fungus.
That's okay. I will find that in the video.
All right. So while you're looking for that, let me ask you a question. If tree 39 was in perfect health, would staff likely recommend its removal, or would we require the proposed project to essentially work around it?
The design would work around it.
Okay. So we're not in the business here of removing healthy oak trees in Thousand Oaks. Got a lot of correspondence that we need to save the trees. We do save the trees. In fact, the original proposal, I believe, until we went out and evaluated this tree, was to whatever they were going to propose, they were going to have to design around a healthy oak tree. Is that correct?
Correct. So from the get-go, the design actually has a planter in almost the exact same location as the one that you see today. The original idea was to design around that tree, but its declining health has caused us to reach a different conclusion.
Right. But the place we actually find ourselves in today is, while from a distance the tree may appear to have some level of health to it, it's been examined by tree experts, and the tree is in severe decline. And in fact, the likelihood of survival of that tree long term, regardless of what it happens, would be eventually the tree would eventually die, and we'd be going out and removing it for public safety concerns.
That is correct. We have 3 professional opinions that have reached the same conclusion.
Okay. So hopefully that addresses the issue of the diseased, in decline, almost dead oak tree that's in front of this project. There's no narrative where that tree would be recommended to be saved. None. And in fact, if it was a healthy tree, we'd be having a different conversation. But the fact is it's not. So now let's move to the walnut trees.
Mr. Mayor, the image you requested?
Yeah.
Would you like to review that?
Yeah, I think it's just good for the community to see exactly what we're talking about. That's not normal on an oak tree, correct?
Correct.
Right. That's not a healthy tree. That's not what they're supposed to look like. If you go out to Dover and Hendricks with all the trees out there, that's not what they look like. They don't have fungus coming out of them. So let's move to the walnut trees. A lot of discussion about the walnut trees. Maybe you can bring up slide on page 14 of the packet. That has the debris, looks like a bunch of old bicycles. When I did the site visits, it's clear evidence of a homeless or several homeless encampments. My question is are part of the walnut tree that grows a walnut tree, is that in the general location where we have this, let's just say, a state of decline?
The area, I think, of greatest concern with regard to the walnuts is that small group of walnut trees that is somewhat isolated in the northwest corner.
Right, I'm going to get to those.
Right, so
you showed me we were on site. There was walnut trees to the rear too that are all kind of grown together.
Correct. There are walnut trees to the back. This is a photo that I took on site showing some of the dumping that occurs. There are a variety of walnut trees in this general area.
Okay. Now, the proposal, again, is to replace the trees at a 3-to-1 ratio. So I counted 57 trees, not just walnut. But where we're replacing them is, I'm not going to make you put the picture up, but from your testimony, we're actually replacing the walnut trees in a far better environment and habitat for a walnut tree to grow, to flourish, and to actually be a healthy tree.
That's my professional opinion. The trees that are proposed to be planted, albeit small, staff recognizes that, they would be planted in an area, these 5-gallon ones that we already found, 15-gallon is required. They'd be planted in a detention basin south of the very south end of Canal Creek South, in an area where they could grow to their full potential, which is very difficult to achieve in an urban setting such as the walnuts, where the walnuts are located today.
All right, and again, we're replacing all the trees at a 3-to-1 ratio, a total of 57 trees. So one could argue that if you're a tree advocate, we're actually going to end up with a lot more trees in a lot healthier environment than the current condition that we have there at 299.
I would say that's true. I think obviously it'll take some time to get to that point, but this proposal would require the planting of 30 walnut trees. And as I mentioned at Canada Creek Southwest, at that undeveloped park site, there are already beautiful mature walnut trees. It's a perfect environment for them to thrive.
All right. All right, that concludes. Mike, any other questions, follow-up questions by council? Okay, so here's what we're going to do. We're going to take a brief recess to let the applicant get queued up and ready to make their presentation. We have about an hour of public comment cards, just so everybody's kind of calibrated for how the evening's going to go. So we'll take a brief 5-minute recess, let the applicant get queued up, and then we'll move to the presentation and public comment. We'll stand in recess. All right, we will reconvene our public hearing for this evening. Just an announcement for the general public. I have, like I said, about an hour of public comment cards. If you intend to put a card in, now's the time to do it. Once we go to public comment, we will not be accepting any new cards. So I'm just giving the clerk a heads up. Now's the time to put a card in, because once we start the hearing, we're going to move through the cards. All right, with that, we're going to go to the applicant. Mr. Marin, come on up. You got 15 minutes. Good evening.
Good evening, council members and Mayor Fox. My name is Greg Lampert. I'm the property owner of 299 Thousand Oaks Boulevard. We've been working on this project for a number of years. It's been 4 or 5 years that we've been working on it together, and we're here finally with a product that's pretty amazing.
Hey, Greg, could you move closer to the mic?
Yes, we've been working on this building and trying to get it to be an architectural vision that we've been sharing among us, and we appreciate all the help that staff and council and the bid committee has given us in the direction to help get this project forward. My partner, Mark Marin, he's going to talk some numbers with you, and we have also Keith McCoskey from KTGY, and I'm going to let them go ahead and start now. Thank you.
Thanks, Greg. Good evening. Thank you, Mr. Mayor, council members, city staff. We're excited to be here again and hope to see our project move forward. I'd just like to thank everybody again at the city staff in particular for their tireless efforts. This has been a long process, weekend work, weekend phone calls, even to get to this meeting here in August. And I just want to thank particularly the city staff for their time and attention to the matter. They've been thorough. They pushed us as hard as we can possibly be pushed, I think, to the brink of everything to make sure that we protect some of your vital interest. When we started with this project, we were very aware of this proud community's love for open space, and particularly your cherished regard for trees, particularly oak and walnut trees. But we're also aware of the fact that this community needs housing. With a vacancy rate of 1%, that's far too low to be able to attract young working adults, provide housing for empty nesters and others, who looked and want to live in this community for all the right reasons. So that being said, development is a challenge, but it's also a collaborative effort. We at the Lattimer Group try very hard to listen to all stakeholders when we propose a development, and I think as you've seen from the city staff tonight, we've tried to do everything we can to mitigate the impact on the surrounding environment, particularly the trees. We found ways to further reduce the removal of trees, as you've heard tonight. So for anybody here to think that that wasn't, first on our list, it was, including that proud oak tree in the front that sadly has to be removed. We would have designed around it, so there was no malice or an intent on our part to simply remove trees simply for the path of development. I think it's also some things that haven't been mentioned tonight I'd just like to cite. Since we started last with the pre-screen in October, we have made some changes working with the staff. Some things that all of you might not be familiar with, or frankly, it wouldn't rise to the level of detail yet, but we do hope to have 2 restaurants. As we think about that, we've had to have in-depth meetings with Waste Management to make sure, and with the city and the fire department to make sure that there's reasonable trash pickup and circulation. We spent a lot of time on that. It's not an easy problem to solve, just given, as you've seen, where our site is. We've got buildings on either side of us, and we couldn't use the neighbor's parking lot. It wasn't available to us. So we had to find our own solutions to ensure that fire had proper access, could get in and get out if needed, and that from a trash standpoint, there'd be circulation and we wouldn't have waste appearing in front of retailers, in front of pedestrians, the public coming through. It took a lot of time and effort. The creek and grading, you've heard a little bit about that, but we actually, our civil engineers who are here tonight, did a study. They actually found that the FEMA map was outdated. We don't think we're actually in a flood zone. We were able to also discover the fact that the arroyo, the creek in the back, because of the debris, you're not going to see a lot of velocity of water. So the impact as far as erosion goes, we studied that really, really carefully to make sure that the foundations would be secure, the building would not be at risk, once built. I've mentioned about the trees, parking. We've looked at every possible configuration, including, the availability of valet when the restaurants take shape. We think that's going to be very, very important. So with all of these things in mind, we think that, the first and foremost thing we started with was we knew that the city, to approve our project, it had to be, simply put, just an incredible design. I want to thank Keith and his colleagues at KTGY. We think we prepared a beautiful design for this community that actually does a great job of mixing, contemporary design with old world, with an old world feel and materials. We're marrying glass, stone, and wood, which I think is consistent with the surrounding area around Thousand Oaks, but one that we think it's stunning architecture with a lot of open space, as you've heard. We've gone well beyond what the specific plan calls for. We've also, with the units, in a nod to the millennial universe that we are surrounded by to some extent, and whether they be working at Amgen or other places in Thousand Oaks, we're going to create 3 live-work units. Increasingly, folks want to work and live at home. We'll have 3 of those units, which we think, they're 2-level, allow residents to live upstairs, work downstairs. The amenities are going to be, outstanding. We'll have, for the residents, there'll be a pool, there'll be a fitness area for them. But the retail, we're excited. It's too early to talk about who's coming, but I think we can promise that we are going to reach very high as far as dining options. We think the community could benefit from some later night dining options with real quality food, particularly 3 meals a day, so we can provide breakfast for residents, breakfast for folks at Kaiser across the street, and elsewhere. We're excited about, but again, for this end of the boulevard, we, as someone said earlier, we needed those extra units to be able to have the wherewithal to actually pay for the design, the materials that we're using here, but also to attract folks to this part of the boulevard, which, is still in its nascent stages really of growth. And I'll just finish and then turn it over to Keith, but from a financial point of view, I think it's important to say that, yes, we have requested an extension, but we are paying, the city will receive almost $6 million in fees from us, of which everything but the roughly $2 million will be paid up front. That will go to the city. We've also agreed to provide the city with a $1.25 million payment to use as they choose. And last, even though you've got an attractive property tax arrangement here in the city, by our own calculations, we believe that the project will generate about $25 million in property taxes over the next 25 years available to the city. So we think those things are relevant when it comes to the city's future and its economic underpinning. Just thought I'd share those facts with you. And at this point, I'm going to turn it over to Keith, and then we'll answer any questions that you might have.
Thank you, Mayor and City Council members. Thank you for having us here tonight. I don't want to dwell too much on all the details that Mark thoroughly walked through on the project, but I did want to highlight, from design standpoint, I'm from KTGY, that design firm that is working on the project with Mark and Greg. We have been working on the project for a little over a year and a half, and I think a lot's changed since the pre-screen allocation, which happened last year, but I think there are little refinements that are the nuances that are really making it a better project. They're making it more functional. They're making improvements to the back at the creek side, which I think Mayor Fox pointed to in terms of really, in this case, it's kind of less is more. We're not touching the creek as closely as we were in the previous concept design, which went through the pre-screen hearing. But now we're looking at ways where we can actually improve essentially the natural surrounding back there at the creek. And so the building's always taken a form here, which you can see on the screen up here, where we're really designing a project that is open from the public street, that's welcoming, that really is designed to create a nice sidewalk experience for pedestrians, but also bring everybody into the project. So it's a project that's blending not only mixed incomes like we've talked about tonight in terms of the affordable units as well as market rate, but it's also melding public and private residences together. So this mixed-use project essentially has 130-plus market rate units and the 11 affordable that make up that 142 in an area where we're really essentially taking advantage of the opportunity to create an experience where you've got everybody essentially cohabitating in this, from the retailers to the live-work units, the affordable, the market rate, everybody dwelling together. And we really see this as a project where we're going to have not only people of different income levels, but also people of different ages. We try to design a project that is really going to appeal to different generations in terms of everybody from millennial to move-down buyers that are 55 plus. So we really think that it's kind of a win-win for the community in that respect as well. But the project has seen a number of refinements that have been alluded to tonight in terms of, further stepping back the mass on the fourth floor. And I know that, that's been a sticking point for some in terms of how it gets interpreted. But one way to look at it as well is that by state density bonus law, which allows some of these incentives, by state law, we'd be able to be 67.5 feet, which is the 50 feet plus the 35% height increase. And I think they limit us to 11 feet, so maybe in the low to mid 60s. But here we're proposing to be 42 feet, so almost 20 feet under what a maximum height limit would be by state density bonus law is another way to consider it. Really, the language comes down to stories, and while we could build a much taller 3-story building, we're proposing a 42-foot average height 4-story building. But we have been very intent on trying to make sure that massing is pushed back, and I believe Mark alluded to that earlier tonight, but the front row of units on the building, has been notched out and stepped down to the front to be 3-story, and the small retail building is also 3-story. So there's an intent to really make this appear and live like a 3-story building as people perceive the project from the street and approaching it from Thousand Oaks Boulevard. And in terms of the ground floor plan, I think this image is really telling in terms of the types of uses that are going to be there in terms of the live-work units, the retail, and the open public plaza. And we really envision this as something that's going to be a vibrant, like Mark said, almost 3 meals a day, daytime, nighttime, varying uses that create a sense of community, really, not only for our residents, but for those that are coming to visit the project. And so a lot of the things that we've done since the pre-screen have really worked to listen to hear what the community has to say, concerns from staff, other departments, and we've kind of folded all that in. And we believe we've made the design kind of the best compromise of all things to basically bring design, bring affordability, and bring really a mix of all types of programs to a site that's really going to offer the city quite a bit. So we've got our civil engineering team here as well to answer any questions about the creek, the floodplain. We've got our landscape architect here as well as the arborist. So there's a team here to answer any other questions that might come up from the public tonight. But thank you again for having us.
All right, thank you. So we have questions. Mr. Porter? Okay. Ms. Flores? Do we have questions? Any issues from council?
I have a question for the applicant.
Okay.
If I may, Mr.
All
Mayor. If both fellows, Mr. Marin, and so I know that, as you mentioned, this project's been through about a year and a half of scrutiny, a lot of different levels you had to work your way through, pre-screening, the staff, the planning commission. You also had to get past the ad hoc boulevard committee, which Mayor Fox and I sit on, and the concern, I mean, this is a big project for Thousand Oaks. It's a watershed project, first of a kind. So the concern we certainly had was about the housing, but I think we even had more concern about the public space. And you're providing 26% of the project for public space. Now, we've turned down projects that had less than that, 8%, and we've turned it down. So very happy that you're providing that much. We really were concerned that the public space be socially interactive, be pedestrian friendly. And so we asked for a few things, and I want to confirm with you that you complied. And I know you did, but I want the audience to understand this as well. We asked that the sidewalk in front of the project be widened to 20 feet.
Correct.
And that is being done.
Correct.
That is being done. And that's going to hopefully attract pedestrians and some life to that area. We asked that you provide additional outdoor seating.
Correct.
And you're doing that as well.
Correct.
We're going to have lounge-style seating. We're going to have fire pits. We're going to really hopefully have a socially interactive area. We asked that you widen the courtyard access because we wanted to be sure that it was an inviting project, that people that not necessarily live there, but people from outside the project would come as well. And you did widen it, didn't you, substantially?
We did, and the challenge with that was also to ensure that for the residents, they had some semblance of privacy as well. And I think that Keith and colleagues did a great job of creating that sense of both security as well as in privacy for the residents who, you know, are separate and apart from the public areas. So that was the challenge, but yes, that's what we've tried to do.
And not only did you widen it, but you beveled the edges so it became even more inviting at quite a bit of cost.
Well, yeah, it is at a cost, of course, but the hope again is that that those open will provide a pathway for the public to want to go into the mixed use aspect. And, you know, we're thinking long and hard about who's going to go in there, given the fact that, you know, those retail spaces go back, you know, as you go, you'll have the restaurants and then you kind of go behind that, right, for the other retail. But I think we have some pretty good ideas about what would do well there in an otherwise Amazon world.
Yes. And finally, we asked that you recess that fourth story back so it was less visible. And you did that as well, did you not?
We did. That was probably one of the most outstanding things that Keith managed to do by being able to do that with a 40-foot setback from the street so that you really don't see the four stories from that. You don't. We needed it to get the extra density, but visually you don't see it. And in fact, when we first started, we looked at 3 stories away from the numbers just from a visual standpoint, but having 2 4-story buildings on either side of you, the building would have looked undersized. I mean, you're surrounded by 4 stories on both sides, one of which is 60 feet tall. You know, if we'd gone with just 3, away from even the numbers, it would have been visually unappealing.
Mm-hmm. Well, and these hurdles we put you through, it just speaks to the quality that this city expects of a project like this. And it came at a cost to you, probably.
I can certainly attest to that.
Yeah, a little more than you expected. However, it's going to bring a project of great quality.
We absolutely believe it will. We think design speaks for itself, and you know, we think that it'll provide, along with some of the other things that are going on the boulevard, some of our neighbors are doing, a much more vibrant, you know, end of the boulevard than what we see today. And that wider sidewalk, we sure hope it's widely used.
All right, thanks, Mr. Marin.
You're welcome.
Any other questions for the applicant or applicants? Ms. Bilda de Pena.
Hi.
Hi there.
Thank you for making yourself available to answer questions. I wanted to find out, first of all, I know that you've been through a year and a half of being put through the meat grinder with this, and it's not been always a pleasant experience. These things never really are. So I just wanted to thank you for your patience And
Welcome.
also, I feel that perhaps, sorry, that we didn't make it clear enough that these trees are very important and that there has to be a balance that needs to be met. So if that message didn't come across, then I'm sorry that it did not.
Oh, no, it did. We knew right from the outset. I mean,
Okay,
city's name kind of says so by itself. And I've been coming here for years. My daughters played soccer here. Sadly, they lost. They're sitting in here, so
Okay.
forgive me for saying that, girls, but well aware as a mountain biker, of the importance of trees here. So we knew that right from the outset which is why we hired an arborist right away. Made sure that the opinions, that even the oak tree in the front was reviewed, I think, as Mark mentioned, with 3 different opinions as far as
Yeah.
what needed to be done. Otherwise,
I am
we would
not
have designed around
debating
it.
Oak Tree 39. It appears to me that it didn't receive enough water, and if it didn't, I mean, all the oak trees, many of the oak trees are failing, and that tree, in my own opinion, will be a liability because of the area where it is. That said, as you know, we walked the site. I walked with staff, not with you or with Greg. And I know that staff has talked to you about finding other trees, saving as many trees as possible, because more trees can be saved if you're willing to do it. And I hope that you are, because there are different trees which have been identified, 3 of which can be transplants, not removals, transplanted on site in 3 different areas. And then the oldest or the tallest black walnut tree could also, and I think it's tree number, is it 44? 44. It's beautiful. And that could be preserved as well. And I have specific trees and specific locations. I want to hear from the residents first. So I just wanted to know from you whether you are open and willing to accept changes that would preserve an additional, 9 trees.
I can't, tonight I can only comment on what we presented so far, right? But what I will tell you that the challenges are, as we lose parking spaces, I'll give you by example. Most restaurants will want a parking spot per, I think it's 1 per 1,000, right? So we're looking at, being short, probably just from a pure restaurant standpoint. Ideally, we would have liked to have had 27 restaurant spots. We've got 17. So every time we remove parking spaces, and granted, we start with the idea that if we can save trees, we save trees. But we've got the city code as it relates to parking. A 1% deviation is one thing, but we start going beyond that. I'll leave that. That's the city side, not my side. So there's a willingness to explore with the city to the extent that we can, but just to understand that the other reality is if we're going to attract really high quality retailers, particularly on the restaurant side, they won't come here if there isn't adequate parking. And that's just, the reality. So, there's challenges that we just face as a developer in order, to balance all of the collective interests. We've saved more trees now than we thought when we, appeared at the pre-screen. The effort will continue. It's just got to be balanced against the reality of we've got to have parking for those that we want to attract. That's why we're making that sidewalk that much wider, right? Doesn't help if they can't park. They can walk, but they can't park.
Hopefully you can enter into agreement with your neighbor and see if there's shared parking for the evening.
You want to help me with that? By all means.
I'd be more than happy to help you with that. Now, and I need to correct myself, it would be an additional 6 trees for a total of 10 trees that could be saved. So instead of 23, we would be down to removal of 13 trees. So there would be a walnut and oaks, and then 3 trees that would be transplanted on site rather than removed. And that is something that is doable. You are already requesting, or the staff is requesting, a waiver for parking. If we lose another 2 or so, it is a trade-off, because this project is so dense and so large. There is a trade-off. Do you want to preserve 200-year-old trees, or do you want a parking space? So if it were up to me, I'd save the tree, because the tree would be such an asset to the community who will live there. They will look out the window in the back and look at a majestic black walnut tree rather than just parking lot. So that is an enhancement. If I'm renting a luxury apartment, I prefer to look at a beautiful tree. So keep that in mind, please, and I'll get back to you on that after we hear from the residents.
Okay. All right. Any other questions? Questions for the applicant? All right. Hearing none. Okay, gentlemen, thank you. We're going to go to the speaker cards. You're going to get a rebuttal, by the way. All right. We're going to have, again, I don't know if the lights are working. We have in excess of 25 speaker cards by council policy. You're going to get 2 minutes for comments. Is Mr. Rodriguez, are the lights working? Okay. So when I ask you to wind it up, I'd ask you to just wind it up because we have a number of residents want to speak. I'll call a couple cards. Please make your way down to the podium, kind of the on-deck circle, and then you should move very nicely through the public comments. Our first speaker is Chuck Leck, followed by Ed Jones. Is that at 30 seconds mark? Okay. Good evening, sir.
Good evening, Mayor Fox, City Council, and thanks for doing away with a third of my speech. Real quick. I am here as a private citizen. I'm also a realtor, so just for full disclosure on that. This beautiful city was incorporated in 1964. In 1964, the average home was about 1,300 square feet out here, and it resided on a lot of 10,000 square feet. It had a roof that was made of wood shake. The interior was beautifully appointed. It had two-tone shag carpeting, avocado colored appliances, and if the resident was really lucky, they actually had a dishwasher and maybe an air conditioner. Things have changed. We need to change with them. The 1960s home is still a good, solid home, but it needs to be renovated. It needs to be remodeled. The founding fathers of this city were brilliant in how they protected their open space and the trees and everything that we had. But just as we have to remodel and renovate these homes, we have to do the same thing a little bit with our city. Not change it totally, but remodel it. When we moved here in '78, the city was full of young people. We have lived here for 40 years. Today, 40 years later, those same young people have added 40 years to their ages, and their needs and their lifestyles are different. Our young family needed 4-bedroom home with 3 bathrooms. It had 2 levels. Now the kids are gone, and what we now need is a 2-bedroom home and on 1 level. Realtors talk about an inventory of homes for sale, but it has to be the right inventory. Today's inventory, we have more than enough 4-bedroom, 3-bathroom homes on 2 levels. We don't need any more. What we are short of is 1-level homes, smaller homes within walking distance of places where we would like to go in order to relax and to spend our time. This type of project fills the needs of a very growing segment of our whole population. Our city is like a good, solidly built home. It has good bones. It just needs remodeling. It needs renovation. Thank you.
All right, thank you. Our next speaker, and Mr. Jones gets a gold star. Does everybody see what he did? He came out, sat right down there, so that's what we're looking for.
Well, I'm glad to hear that what my house looked like in '64, and that I was one of the brilliant ones. It was very, very nice to hear that. You know, I'm not here on details. I want to talk about the concept of having dwelling units on Thousand Oaks Boulevard. So let me say, in talking to the city manager, that I appreciate the state that you have kept the city in. The budget is in balance. Wise provision has been made for retirements. Road maintenance is timely, and you have abundant reserves. But now the question before you is whether to place a lot of dwelling units on Thousand Oaks Boulevard. I believe the beautification of the boulevard is a good idea, but I don't think it has to be linked to 2, 3, 4-story buildings with dwelling units. let me say that there are people on Thousand Oaks Boulevard. Bob Morrison did a good job with his block, and others have beautified and done the same. But residential uses were never contemplated in the general plan for Thousand Oaks Boulevard. These dwelling units would not be proximate to parks, schools, nor afford opportunity for casual outdoor enjoyment, especially by children, as in residential tracts. Now, I believe you have good intentions, as I understand it, to provide for young professionals who can't afford single-family detached housing. But when I heard that you have to make $50,000 to get affordable housing, I wonder what these rents are going to be. You may need to make $90,000, $100,000, and that may mean two incomes. That may mean young husbands and wives that have a tendency to have children. This is not a good environment for children. Also, renters don't feel the same attachment to a community. Any of you who've campaigned for office know that apartment houses don't have a lot of registered voters. I don't think they take the same feeling of community service that others do. But I need to wind up, so in conclusion, let me say that I think you're on the eve of a lot of momentous decisions. Currently, the specific plan, as I understand it, acquired for the boulevard is 300 units. But anytime three councilmen want to change it, they can. And there are over 5,000 units, as I understand, waiting in the wings. It's wonderful for you to provide for newcomers. What about current residents? What do you think of current residents? How is this going to benefit them? The population now is in the range that we contemplated when I was on the General Plan Committee. Putting hundreds or maybe thousands of dwelling units on Thousand Oaks Boulevard, I don't believe is beneficial to our current residents, and it could be very detrimental. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Jones. Karen Gorbach, followed by, looks like Ian Freskowski, or Porowski. It's hard to read, sorry.
Good evening, Mayor Fox, council members, and staff. My name is Karen Gorbach, and I've been in Thousand Oaks for 33 years. My comments tonight are my own opinion, do not reflect the views of any organization or commissions to which I belong. And I would like to express my support tonight for the Thousand Oaks Downtown Core, and I do so for three reasons. First, in developing the project, the city has been open and transparent. It's done due diligence in engaging the community by using multiple measures in a variety of platforms to ensure that anyone who wanted to learn more about the project and provide feedback has had the opportunity to do so. And most of the feedback from those folks has been positive, and that's according to the data in the draft of the May 2018 Downtown Core Master Plan, which is currently online. Second, the city's vision for a vibrant, attractive, safe, pedestrian-friendly downtown core where people of all ages will want to meet, to enjoy each other's company, as well as the amenities, is consistent with the tenets of livability that are being adopted by cities of all sizes throughout the country. Third, I love trees. Last Saturday, I had a water catastrophe in my house, in my 56-year-old home in Shadow Oaks, and had to spend the night at a motel in Newbury Park. And the next morning, I enjoyed several minutes beneath the canopy of a big old oak tree that was on the property. And it was beautiful, and it was magnificent. That said, I also have a very deep-seated belief that in any situation, people come first. People come first. And the downtown project will provide very badly needed housing at a variety of price points. It will provide employment opportunities and beautiful outdoor spaces and cultural events for us to express and enjoy our innate human desire to create, one of the many joys of life. So at its heart, the Downtown Core project is a people project. It'll be good for the people of Thousand Oaks.
Thank you. Sean Porowski, followed by Doug Benjis.
Thank you, Mayor Fox, and I apologize for the terrible handwriting. It's a scourge of stenographers everywhere. My name is Sean Porowski, and I'm proud to be a new resident of Thousand Oaks. My wife and I moved here in July in search of housing with air conditioning, actually. It's very difficult to be pregnant in the middle of the heat wave in summer. We're expecting our first child in November. We moved to Thousand Oaks because we liked the area. But one of the challenges we found when moving here was we found it very difficult to find housing within our price range, especially since once my wife gives birth, we'll be relying on my single income. And so as a young family, it's harder to find housing here in Thousand Oaks. Everything's very expensive. Options are limited. And you're at a disadvantage as a renter in terms of landlords and landlord relations when looking for housing. And so this is a long way of saying that this is not necessarily a complaint, but it's a way of saying that this type of housing that's in this proposal is the type that we need more here in Ventura County. Housing for single people, housing for young families, people who are starting out, who can't afford a huge down payment for a house here or the large rents that we're paying right now. This is desperately needed, both to give younger people a more type of housing available for them at a more affordable rate, but also to help our local economy by providing more construction jobs, as well as this type of mixed-use housing, which gives people a way to live closer to where they work, rather than getting on the 101 driving down to LA or up to Santa Barbara and further crowding our freeways. So I support this project, and I encourage you all to support this project and help our young families here in Ventura County find a place to live and work. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Doug Menges, followed by Steve Dwyer. Good evening, sir.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor, council members, and staff. My name is Doug Menges. I'm a resident of Westlake Village, and I work in Thousand Oaks for Many Mansions, which, as you know and as you've referenced, is a nonprofit affordable housing developer building homes for working families and veterans in Ventura and Los Angeles counties. I'm here tonight to speak on behalf of Many Mansions in support of this item and the staff recommendations. Allowing this proposed development to be built provides a much greater chance of building housing at all income levels in Thousand Oaks. We at Many Mansions specialize in building multifamily housings for income levels typically in the 35 to 60% range. All kinds of housing, including market rate housing and affordable housing, will benefit this city. We're currently building new construction, new affordable housing in Moorpark, Oxnard, Fillmore, as well as Los Angeles County, and we would love to build more right here in the city of Thousand Oaks. This proposal, as you know, includes those 11 affordable units. That is, as we see it, a substantial addition that will serve many individuals and families throughout time. Given the dwindling government sources for funding affordable housing, 11 units is a good, positive step forward. I understand the objections, they've been expressed, but well-built housing as we provide addresses concerns and is not the evil. We believe that housing in infill areas such as Thousand Oaks Boulevard reduces traffic and also is built with super high energy and water efficiency. Finally, adding more housing, even just market rate housing, alone will have secondary benefits to our low and moderate income population. The shortage of housing, as many people have expressed, is at record levels, and our housing wait lists are measured in terms of years, not months.
You got to wind it up, sir.
Many Mansions supports this request and hopes to welcome another fine development to the boulevard. Thank you.
Steve Dwyer, followed by Greg Van Ness.
Good evening, Mayor and council members. My name is Steve Dwyer. I'm a resident of Thousand Oaks. Until recently, I was the executive director of Habitat for Humanity in Ventura County, and so some of my comments are informed by that 5 years of work supporting affordable housing. It's certainly well understood by our community that we need increased housing of all types and sizes and price ranges, including affordable housing. If you haven't seen it, there was a recent study published by Harvard University which ranked the Thousand Oaks Ventura Oxnard statistical area as the 7th most cost-burdened housing market in the United States, with the 4th highest median home value, with 40% of all households statistically cost-burdened, which means that you spend over 30% of your household income on housing costs. And importantly, 73% of low-income households in this area cost-burdened with housing. So it seems that that's a pretty easy to understand that that's not a long-term picture of of a vibrant, healthy community. So with this housing reality as a backdrop, I certainly urge the council to approve this project. It not only adds 142 units of needed housing in general, it also adds the 11 affordable units. I would suggest that the approach to the trees is a very measured and balanced approach. As I drive by the lot, I realize that many of the trees we're talking about are hidden behind a fence and behind a car lot and have been unknown to the community for years. And yet we're going to triple them and plant them in places that will actually be enjoyed by members of the community in parks and open spaces. Seems to me that that's a very fair and even-handed trade-off. I would like to note one thing, though, and that is that the 11 affordable units, as published in the report, only 2 of them are actually 2-bedroom units. So I would suggest to the council that while this certainly adds critical, needed, affordable housing, it does not necessarily add housing that's going to be appropriate for our larger need in terms of workforce family housing. And so one of my suggestions to the council is that while certainly I urge you to approve this project for housing generally, that you also consider designating the $1.25 million of public housing to offset the lack of family housing in this project and designate those funds to be going towards projects that do support affordable, family-oriented housing.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you very much.
Greg Van Ness, followed by Ray Miller.
Good evening, Mayor and council members. I'm Greg Van Ness. I'm a resident of Westlake Village, and I think this is a great project. As a citizen of this community, I can't wait to take my family to the restaurants there and spend time in the public space. And anyone who's driven by on the boulevard knows right now that is going to be a substantial improvement. And I commend the developers for taking the input and working with city staff, who's clearly done a very good job of working through this process and bringing a very well thought out and very balanced proposal to the council tonight. As a business person, I like this project even more. I'm CEO of Tolman & Weicker Insurance Services, the largest insurance brokerage operation in the county. I employ over 100 people, including in Westlake Village in an office. And the people who are our clients are some of the largest businesses in this county that employ thousands. Construction, agribusiness, nonprofits, manufacturing, technology, and education. One of our clients is Ventura County School Self-Funding Authority. All 21 public school districts, including Conejo Valley Unified School District, are in a risk pool that we manage. Over 17,000 employees, many of which turn over every year. And trying to get new employees to come to this area, whether they're Conejo Valley Unified or the many businesses that are trying to grow and survive in this economy, the chief challenge that they all face is trying to attract talent, especially young talent, to come work in their businesses. Those young people add vitality to the community. They are consumers who generate sales tax revenue, and they're vital to the future of this community. So, as a business person, this project is a terrific step in the right direction of creating more housing opportunities for young people and people in general in the community, and it's going to be a great improvement to the boulevard, and I urge your strong support.
Thank you, sir. Ray Miller, followed by Gail Hubbs. Ray Miller. Okay, Mr. Miller's passed. Gail Hubbs, followed by Janie Schmidt. Good evening.
Good evening.
You can now move over there to the other microphone.
Oh, this one here.
Suit you better. There you go.
Much better, huh? First of all, thank you. I know that you guys work hard all year, and there's a lot of decisions that you guys make that we're not even aware of that help to make this place such a blessed place to be living. I've lived in Newbury Park. I'm kind of a newcomer. It's only been 6 years, and we do rent, and it isn't cheap. But I consider it, I've never felt I had a right to live here. I just wanted to state that. I raised my kids in a whole other city and area. I never dreamed that I'd be allowed to live here, and every day to me, I feel blessed. I'm not opposed, again, to what you plan to do, and I understand the need for a lot of it, but I have to be honest, when I saw the pictures and the aerial shots, my heart just sank. It was even more trees and more density than I had even thought. And I kind of, I don't know if I could, fair to say this, but Claudia, what her point was being made about just trying, I just think we need to make every effort possible to try to work around and keep the beauty that we have that's so unique in this city. I mean, what other city around here has what we have? And that treasure is our landscape. It's phenomenal. And I know that we need to improve on things, but I think we need to just really consider carefully, take a deep breath and really think about this. And if for some reason it seems like real high density to me in those black walnut trees, I'm thinking, my gosh, they're living beautifully because they're right where they should be. Maybe there's some way to be more creative with some of this plan and just try to save as many as possible. And that's what I'm here to advocate, probably. And let's see now, what have I forgotten? I've had so many beautiful speakers before me. Anyways, I guess I just want to say that I think we should continue what has been these trees, and this city was here long before I was even around, to continue the mission and the legacy to keep Thousand Oaks the unique place that it is. And by the way, if you want places to live, Camarillo is high density now. You can go down there and find all kinds of housing.
Thank you, ma'am.
Thank you.
Janie Schmidt, followed by James Dean. Good evening.
Good evening. My name is Janie Schmidt. I'm a longtime resident of Thousand Oaks. When I came here from Wisconsin to attend UCLA in 1959, I fell in love with this area and hiked the hills in the Santa Monica Mountains. On one of the hikes, I met an old park ranger who told me about some of the valley's history, the deer trails, later to become Keenan Road and other roads to the ocean, ranches, the natures, the trees, and the natural flowers. One of the most impressive things he told me was that one time you could walk the entire valley under the shade of an oak tree. And I never forgot that feature. Then came the cattle ranchers and the cattle, crushing the little oak acorns, and the need for woods, fences, furniture, houses, and soon our whole valley changed. Our city was founded around the 60s or 70s, and they called it Thousand Oaks. We don't have 1,000 oaks anymore. Our city symbol became the oak tree. Times have changed a lot since then as the city grows, and the magnificent oaks are being sacrificed in the name of progress instead of being protected. An example is at 299 East Thousand Oaks Boulevard. And I do think the architectures have made this building very pretty, but I still am concerned about our oaks. And in our lifetime, these so-called replacement trees, we'll never see them grow to be the size of the oak trees that are taken out. So sad. Time and time again, we hear about the council, about the oak trees that have to be sacrificed for buildings. Equally sad are the shopping centers. Example, for instance, Target and the business putting up palm trees which do nothing for shade, beauty, or our birds. And rats love them.
Ma'am, you got to wind it up.
Is that 2 minutes?
Yeah, way over. All right, thank you. Sandy Smith, followed by James Scott. I'm sorry, Mr. Dean, you're up. Yeah, then Sandy Smith.
James Dean, landscape architect, and I'm here tonight about trees. That's my avocation. First of all, I gave you some things to read, but I'm going to depart from that because there's been a lot of questions I think I need to answer. First of all, the walnuts. I've been 51 years doing this, and I've walked almost every foot of Thousand Oaks. I've never seen a group of walnuts anywhere else. The only place I've seen a group that big was in Encino. And to replace them with 15 gallons, I don't think you're going to be successful in doing that. And I really recommend that you do many, many more 1 gallons. A 1 gallon, I worked up in the nursery industry working through college. A 1 gallon has a better chance of surviving than a 15 or a 5. And that there's going to be a high mortality rate with that tree. And if you put 100 in, 99, you're going to maybe get 30 ultimately. So putting more in is better. It's a very delicate tree. It's very hard to grow. And I don't believe you're going to be successful in transplanting them. Concerning the flooding, I'd like to say that I was sitting with Ed Jones. In 1971 or 69, we had a 100-year storm here, which I've not seen since. And I was a volunteer fireman. We had an emergency, and we were crossing Houston and the bridge. I was standing on the tailboard of the engine, and I was standing in probably 8 inches of water running over the top of that freeboard. So I've never seen that since. Tree number 39. First of all, I'd like to explain what you're seeing in that oozing is actually not a fungus. It's a bacterial infection. It's very common this time of year in oak trees. I've seen it recently everywhere. The tree is not lethal to the tree. I don't consider it a disease. Every tree is diseased. Every tree, and that's documented. And there's always a tug of war between the disease and the tree. Sometimes the tree's winning, sometimes the disease is winning.
You got to wind it up, Mr. Dean. You got to wind it up. I think the alarm went off. Right.
I didn't hear it ring. Did it ring?
It's okay.
Oh, I'm sorry.
No, you can conclude your final comment.
With 39, the tree is diseased, okay, but it's not diseased from a fungal infection. It's got a saprophytic disease, which is nature's way of cleaning up the environment. The disease, really, the problem with the tree is lack of water. There was a suggestion, one of the reports, that it had Phytophthora ramarum. It does not. That particular disease is specific to Northern California, where it's wet. That's a water mold, and we don't have it here yet, and probably never will because of our dry conditions.
All right.
So
Thanks, Mr. Dean.
Please read what I sent.
All right. Sandy Smith, followed by James Scott.
Oh, there you go. Good hands. Mayor Fox, members of the council, my name is Sandy Smith, 68-year resident of Ventura County, and I'm here tonight. Wear 2 hats. First, I'm representing the Ventura County Economic Development Association as its chair and as a senior adjunct professor that teaches urban planning at Cal Lutheran University. First, with a nod to Visita, workforce housing for new employees or to retain the ones that are here remains the #1 impediment to stability and growth as recognized by our largest employers. And it isn't just a number of units, it's typology. Those same employers are struggling to respond to the housing desires of today's workforce, particularly millennials and next Gen Z. Housing that reflects a preferred lifestyle, one not centered on the car, but instead allows the ability to live, work, and play in the same urban context. If Thousand Oaks is to remain vibrant and maintain a stable economy, it must balance respecting its history with a willingness to plan and adopt policies for the future. What must be done to retain and grow the businesses that are here, the businesses that pay for public safety and pave streets? What are the housing needs for today's workforce, and not only those today's, but the workforce of tomorrow? With my urban planning hat on, I can say that mixed-use infill housing makes policy sense on a couple of several fronts, not only by offering the lifestyle option and alternative sought by many, but this project type also reduces development pressures on farmland, open space, and habitat lands. Second, encouraging additional infill development in neighborhoods that are currently potentially walkable help slow the inevitable increase in automobile traffic on both freeways and local roads. Quoting recent research conducted by the Center for Law, Energy, and Environment at UC Berkeley, quote, residents living in infill areas drive about 18 fewer miles per weekday than those in non-infill areas. That's 90 fewer miles every week. There is no credible argument against this project based on the idea that it will create traffic or negatively impact the environment, and it does all of this without threatening the integrity of existing neighborhoods, and I urge your council to support this project.
Thank you, Mr. Smith. James Scott, followed by Christine Robert.
Good evening, Mayor Fox, City Council. James Scott, resident Thousand Oaks. Looking at that overhead photo and considering the fact that you're considering 4 waivers, it seems pretty clear that this project is being shoehorned onto this lot. Let's not look at how much square foot you're going to pack onto that 3 acres, but what the impact's going to be. Maximizing the height not only continues the build out and apparently considers the entire Thousand Oaks Boulevard as a new destination for high height enforced buildings. So with that being said, as we look at the project, let's look at some of the project features. One of the things that we've been talking about is the outdoor space. We need a waiver for private balconies. Our residents are going to be bringing dogs to the area. We've got the Conejo Creek right behind there. I haven't seen anything that was going to address that issue. I'm not sure where we're going to go with this height restriction and considering new ones. But in fact, this isn't a zero-sum game. We've had 1.5 years to look at that oak tree and consider a plan to where we could have tested it to see if we could have saved it, and we didn't do it. And so I'm going to make mine quick and recede my time, but the fact is at this point, if we're not going to look at each asset as it goes under the table, why don't we just decide which ones we're going to save now? Thank you. Good evening.
Thank you, sir. Christine Robert, followed by Bonnie Clarefield.
Hey, everyone. I think the central question here is Thousand Oaks for sale? $6 million in fees and $45 million in proposed property tax revenue. I ask, what is a tree worth? There's a website called holdenarb.org where you can calculate the value of a tree. So we can figure out what the value is that we're actually ceding to developers. Trees reduce air pollution. They take up and store carbon dioxide. They reduce stormwater runoff. They cool nearby houses. How many of you have stood under a shade of a tree when it was really hot in June or July? And how many people have trees that cover their houses that keep them cool when it's really hot? I love that part. They produce oxygen, which we take in. We're talking about destroying 9 mature oaks, 10 mature California black walnuts, and encroaching upon 33 additional trees of varying types. And these are mostly mature oaks. And you can see what encroachment did to lucky tree number 39. So how many wild animals and wildlife are in the habitats that these trees provide? That's the other question that nobody's talked about. Insects, animals, hawks, owls probably consume these animals too. One tree is a 300-year-old oak tree, Old Valley Oak. If you add up every year of life for every tree that we're talking about killing, how many years of value is that? And are we really adding that value back in another way? If you believe in Thousand Oaks there is a housing shortage and that keeps you up at night and that keeps you from getting a good night's sleep, how about we create another solution to the housing situation? What about people connecting with people who have excess capacity in their homes and sharing housing in that way? Last question is, do we want to capitalize our precious resources that make our city a place we all love?
Thank you very much.
You're welcome.
Bonnie Clarefield, followed by Tina Fergoli.
Good evening.
Bonnie Clarefield, resident of Thousand Oaks. While it is typical for city staff to guide proposed development, it seems unusual for the city to champion a private project of this magnitude. I just can't get it out of my head that in a twisted way, tonight's hearing appears to be for the city to approve their own project. Where are the checks and balances? I respectfully ask, are you openly listening to citizen and environmental concerns before making a final decision, or have you already made one? I fear that mixed-use development on the boulevard is wanted so badly, you are missing the concept of protecting values that have been held dear by our residents and identified historically as valuable by our city. This project is a gross example of shunning tree protection ordinances. We're not talking about a couple of trees. 62 protected trees will be negatively impacted. 9 oaks, 10 landmark trees will be removed. 33 oaks and 9 landmark trees will be encroached. These trees provide food and shelter to wildlife adjacent to the Arroyo Caneo, especially birds. A biological survey for area-sensitive species was required in advance of City Council approval, but was not addressed in the environmental checklist. And where is the biologist report? An on-site mix of mature oak, sycamore, walnut, and willow trees provide a strip of native vegetation that is important habitat in a part of the city where there is limited refuge for wildlife. Tree removal will devastate it. The program EIR conducted in 2011 never addressed the existence of a rare grove of landmark trees. If a site-specific EIR was required, a competent biologist would have recognized the significance of a remnant stand of California black walnut trees once common in the Caneo Valley. The checklist missed it too. California black walnut woodlands are virtually absent inside the developed area of Thousand Oaks. The California Native Plant Society identifies this vegetation type as fairly endangered. I'll wrap it up. If the project was downsized to fewer residential units and or less commercial space, more trees, including a rare California black walnut grove, could be saved. I ask the City Council to vote no on this project.
Thank you, ma'am. Tina Fragoli, followed by Miriam Lieberman.
Hello. I'm here again requesting that the City Council abide by city rules. I don't understand why the council is so hell-bent on getting this built. I'm a CODA member, but from my individual point of view, I'm so disappointed that this project that ignores and violates the conservation element of our general plan is even on the table. The Thousand Oaks Boulevard Pacific Plan's cursory environmental impact report does not adequately assess this project's trees or this section of the Arroyo Caneo. The grove of trees at the rear of the property along the stream should be 100% protected. You, personally, are failing your constituents if you allow this devastation to occur. The city will receive $1.25 million for allowing this project that is too big for the site to slide through on a backdoor deal. The Planning Commission did not even have the opportunity to review the development agreement that guides this backdoor deal. This is not about people. This is not about housing. It's about greed. This project is way too dense. The project needs to be downsized to better fit the site. And if it doesn't pencil out, don't build it.
Thank you, ma'am. Miriam Lieberman, followed by Dan Cooper. Good evening.
Thank you. I moved to this area 39 years ago, and I was incredibly proud that I moved from City of Angels, which may or may not exist, to the City of Thousand Oaks, which definitely does exist. This development, I really appreciate all the drawings, appears just massive for the area. I'm a physician, and to me, people do come first, and part of taking care of people is environmental stewardship. And these trees are survivors in a harsh environment. and we have a lot to learn about their survival. Trees improve our health. I mean, there are studies that show that patients who view them outside their hospital windows are discharged a full 24 hours earlier than people who are staring at brick buildings. So environmental stewardship is up to us. It improves our health, and we shouldn't be destroying these survivors. I do believe in this development, but not in the scale where it imposes on these old, important survivors that are important to us as human beings and to our health. Thank you.
Thank you. Dan Cooper, followed by, this card is Conejo Oak Tree Advocates. I'm pretty sure that doesn't work, so we need a name. You can just come up and give your name. Okay, very good. Mr. Cooper.
Thank you. Good evening. I'm Dan Cooper with Cooper Ecological Monitoring in Oak Park. For the last 13 years, I've been conducting biological assessments of commercial properties and residential properties throughout the Conejo Valley, Santa Monica Mountains, and the region. I realize that trees get old and die. I'm not opposed to this project. I also know that practically every large native tree in the region can now in 2018 be diagnosed as being in poor condition. We're at the end of a 6-year drought. Oaks are in serious trouble, particularly in open space, and it's actually in these urban areas with anthropogenic water that we have a lot of healthier trees. So that's why everyone's surprised at how great these trees look. They're actually getting watered, except for that poor 39, which we've discussed. I would urge the council and the city to carefully consider how we want mitigation to work in the future. This idea that we're going to fill vacant lots with scattered walnut trees because, hey, there's another walnut tree next to it, or maybe along a strip between a ball field and a service road, doesn't really replace woodland, and it barely replaces existing trees. We're going to have a lot of dead trees in this city very soon. We do now. And just in the future, I would suggest that we start trying to maybe rewild some existing developed places in our parks, like pull out some of the lawns that are not really being used by kids and other people, and just try to create some woodlands that we actually manage and that wildlife can actually use. So for this project, it's not the developer's responsibility at this point, but for the city to think about a real restoration plan that goes along with the mitigation, not just planting some trees, however many we want to plant. A couple other points. Quimby funds are going actually toward more development. They're not going to preserve open space, preserve nature. They're really going to active recreation. So I would just urge the city to think about how things are actually being offset in terms of loss of native trees, of nature. And just to consider an approach that leaves the landscape, including a brownfield like this with this sliver of amazing trees, better than when we found it, right? So just leave things better, particularly when ancient and heritage trees are concerned. And I think it really is possible at this site with a little creativity. Thanks a lot for listening.
Thank you, sir. Janet Wall, followed by Jill Letter. Good evening.
Good evening, Janet Wall, and I am presenting tonight for Conejo Oak Tree Advocates. I want to thank Mark Town for meeting us at the site yesterday and thank Mr. Lampert for his friendliness and honesty. I hate being here tonight. CODA is not opposed to the concept of housing at this site. We are certainly not opposed to affordable housing in our city. We are 100% opposed to the current project, which violates the environmental uniqueness of the Arroyo Conejo environment. As pointed out in both CODA letters, EIR 327 does not adequately address the recommendations of this rare California urban environment. Our Valley Oak deserves special protection. A 2016 City Council denied a senior housing facility based on its massive footprint and height. That project was also denied because a large Valley Oak would likely not survive transplant. The EIR for 250 McLeod states that the cumulative removal of Valley Oaks in Thousand Oaks constitutes a significant impact that cannot be mitigated. The project for 299 kills 4 Valley Oaks, 3 with the same caliber as McLeod. 3 additional Valley Oaks suffer encroachment. The development agreement that was not available for Planning Commission review was posted last Thursday, yet attachments 2 and 3 that delineate conditions and project plans are still not posted for public review. It is imperative that our City Council, even if you are receiving a $1.2 million donation a few years down the road, allow these documents to be posted in advance of your approval. Our most experienced CODA member calls it pay to play. CODA members are really disappointed by this development, particularly the loss of the California Walnut Grove. You've got 18 really special trees there that should be protected. And again, we are not opposing housing. We are certainly not opposing Mr. Lampert. But this project needs scaled back. It needs sent back. And the city should not be bringing in applicants and showing them that this is okay. It's not. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Wall. Jill Letter, followed by Kevin Cohen. Good evening, Ms. Letter.
Good evening, Mayor Fox, council members, and city staff. I'm Jill Lederer, CEO of the Greater Conejo Valley Chamber of Commerce, Thousand Oaks resident. So, on behalf of the Board of Directors of the Chamber, we confidently support the mixed-use project before you at 299 East TO. The Chamber, along with each of you, has long recognized the need for what we refer to as millennial housing. Modern housing designed with the quality of life sought by many of today's residents firmly in mind. Their desires embrace the classy, casual, active lifestyle and vibe that we all love, no matter how long we've lived here. But it delivers it in a different way that is also timeless and proven to be successful when done right. The question is no longer should we. That's been asked and answered numerous times. The question now is how terrific can we make it? Here in Thousand Oaks, we know that behind the leadership of our council and city staff, this project will elevate our hometown in the best and most logical of ways, providing solutions to our housing crisis and making sure that our professionals and the businesses we value know that they are welcome here because we've actively listened to them and addressed their needs. This project does not diminish Thousand Oaks in the least. We know all of you will make sure of that. It simply creates another layer of possibilities for future generations and those who are here now. Thank you so much for your attention.
Thank you. Kevin Cohen, followed by Sherry Dolly.
Good evening, Mayor, City Council. My name is Kevin Cohen. I'm a senior environmental planner with Stantec Consulting here in Thousand Oaks. I was born and raised in the Conejo Valley. I recently got married, and I've been in the market to find a suitable home for my future family. Being a young professional, it has been very difficult for my wife and I to find affordable housing in Thousand Oaks. We currently have to commute into the city and spend most of the day in our cars and traffic. However, the opportunity to live, work, dine, and play in the city of Thousand Oaks is exciting and a dream of our future family. The ability to live on the boulevard and have a pedestrian access to local services makes this proposed project very appealing to my wife and I. In addition, the opportunity to raise my family in a community that values open space, higher education, and smart mixed-use development is something we look to align with when we are looking for a home. Overall, my wife and I fully support this proposed project and believe it is essential for the city to provide affordable housing to young professionals and families like ourselves so that future generations can continue to foster in beautiful Conejo Valley. Thank you so much.
Sherry Dolly, followed by Deborah Kernahan.
Hi, Sherry Dolly, Thousand Oaks. Thank you for this opportunity. I didn't have anything fancy. And then there was that lady in the gray sweater up there with the long dark hair who was incredible. And I just want to say ditto to what she said. If it doesn't pencil out, don't build it. She had so many good thoughts. It makes me sad, and I'm not against the housing, and lots of people have talked about the trees, but it makes me sad to see this much density. Psychology 101, people don't do well when you cram them all into small spaces. It breaks my heart, and it breaks my heart every time I hear waiver for this and a waiver for that, another waiver over here. Maybe they need to go back to the drawing board and do it without the waivers. That's my thought. It's in my heart. Everybody I know feels like this. I don't get this. It's sad to me. I also don't understand the huge hurry. Let's see how it works with the Loopies. This is the first time, right, with this mixed use. Let's see if that works. Why are we doing more restaurant space and retail space? Have you driven around the city? My God, or Osh and Sears and it's empty. How long has Black Angus been empty? I don't get that concept, and maybe we should try it out first before we start approving more projects like that. So I'm just an ordinary person, but that's how I feel. That's how everybody I know feels, and just thought I'd come up and share my feelings. Thank you for listening. I appreciate it.
Deborah Kernahan, followed by Sean Meridian.
Good evening. Thank you, Mayor, Council, staff. Everybody's worked tirelessly. I've been in a lot of meetings and I've read a lot of articles, and I really appreciate the effort that you've put into this project. I'm a local real estate agent as well as a homeowner here in Thousand Oaks, and I understand trees, and I've spoken before. I don't understand why we're putting birds, bees, and trees above people. And I've read so much about the Grove that I actually, even though I've been to Auto Collision Center a couple of times because I've had my car fixed, I went and looked at the trees that have been virtually invisible by anybody. And I deal with people all the time that are looking for housing of this nature. We have seniors that need single-level homes, and we have the younger generation that just need affordable housing. And it's not only affecting our housing, it's affecting our businesses. It's affecting the vitality of the area. It's so crucial. It's critical, and we are in a crisis. I don't know if we're in a tree crisis, but I do know we're in a housing crisis. And I deal with it all the time. So I commend you, I thank you, and I want to speak on many people that I know that are very much in favor of this project. Thank you.
Thank you. Sean Meridian, and our last speaker will be Chuck Cohen.
Good evening, Mr. Mayor, honorable council members. My name is Sean Meridian. I'm a lifelong resident of Thousand Oaks, and I'm the president of the Thousand Oaks Boulevard Association. We want to take the opportunity to thank everybody this evening for this really well-done presentation. Wanted to thank staff, wanted to thank the applicant and all of our fellow neighbors and residents that came out this evening to express their opinions. The Thousand Oaks Boulevard Association has been working for 2 decades on delivering a project like this to the residents of Thousand Oaks. In 2011, when the specific plan was adopted, we made that promise. We worked tirelessly for 7 years to deliver on that promise, and this project does exactly that. I won't go into the details with traffic and parking and height. We have opinions on all those topics, and if you like questions of me, I'd be happy to share the thoughts of the association. I could tell you, on behalf of the 3.5 miles of Thousand Oaks Boulevard property owners, which represents thousands of businesses, thousands of residents, the outpour of support for this project has been short of remarkable. Everybody says it's too late. Why is it taking so long? And thank you so much for bringing something of this quality to our community. For the folks that say that this is something that is difficult to support, I also want to advise the community that for every one project that they see, there are 6 to 12 that never even make it to the pre-screen process. Because of the difficulty, because of the complexity, because of site conditions, market factors. So the fact that we have an applicant here that's gone through this process really speaks volumes of the quality of this project and the wide range of support we have. So I'll yield the remainder of my time. I hope that if there are questions on those subjects that you do ask them, because the association was the author of the specific plan. So we're very familiar with the standards and the requirements and the vision. But we definitely ask for your support for the project this evening. Thank you.
Thank you. Chuck Cohen is our last speaker. Good evening, sir.
Good evening, Mayor, members of the council. Chuck Cohen, Thousand Oaks. This project is important to the sustenance of this beautiful, relatively small city, as it seeks to maintain attractive, vibrant, and balanced, the latter being a cornerstone of the general plan that I signed as mayor in 1971. For the city to counter stagnation and to embark on this council's vitalization of the boulevard. Not revitalization, but vitalization. We need a project of this quality, location, and scale to carry forward implementation. Our university, college, industries, and businesses have urged you to add housing in areas of the city outside of single-family neighborhoods where possible and most appropriate to enable them to maintain and recruit workforce to keep those businesses here. For the past 10 years, you have been probing for projects that meet those needs. You have rejected many that did not meet your standards. No project is without flaw. Nevertheless, the greater need, greater good, and the city's future must prevail. In the case of 299, the maintenance of an oak tree, or oak trees and walnuts, of contested health and other trees, are of limited view from the city's public realm. Historically, our policymakers have sought, and for the most part achieved, balance between people needs and the environment. For a variety of reasons, some environmental, some political, such cases usually draw objections. Prior to incorporating in the California Environmental Quality Act, county decision makers exercise little environmental sensitivity. Since cityhood, every project, those built and those rejected, have endured the tension of careful scrutiny by this city, and the results are what we see and live with, and while not perfect, are envied by all. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Cohen. That completes our public comment cards, and we're going to go back to staff. Mr. Town.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
1 second.
There are a few comments that I'd like to respond to. First of all, it was mentioned in terms of the unit mix for the 11 affordable apartments that 2 of those were 2-bedroom units. The actual mix, just for the record, is 2 studio units, 6 1-bedroom units, and 3 2-bedroom units. So it is just scattered among the different unit types, with 6 of those being in 1-bedroom and 3 in 2-bedroom, and the balance in studios. There's a comment about less than 1,000 Oaks in Thousand Oaks. I just feel compelled to respond. We have, within the public right-of-way, about 27,000 trees, of which about 2,500 are oak trees. And in the open space, we have almost countless oaks in terms of their constant regeneration, which comprises about 40% of the city. There was a comment about the project maximizing height. I would just point out that actually the height of the proposal is within the standards. It's not exceeding the standards. There is a comment about biological surveys not being in the report. I just wanted to point out that we do have a condition, it's number 11 of the special use permit for the buildings itself, which requires a survey of breeding birds prior to any construction or related activity. That also requires, if any nests are found between February 1st and September 1st, that there be a 300-foot radius for raptors, which are hawks and related birds, and a 100-foot radius for other birds in terms of a protected zone to ensure no harm to those birds until the young are fledged out. That is a requirement of this project. There's a comment about the analysis ignoring the conservation element. I would just like to point out that in the conservation element of the general plan, there is, of course, a goal, a policy to strive to protect oak and landmark trees wherever possible, but just for the record, the implementation measures to do that per the conservation element are to follow the trees oak and landmark tree ordinances, which is what is occurring on this project excuse me, tonight. There is a comment about the Planning Commission, again, not reviewing the development agreement. Just again, for the record, the Planning Commission reviewed the key deal points, all of which are before you tonight. The only changes I mentioned before to that list was a potential ability for the applicant to request a 6-month extension on that fee delay, but all the other elements are unchanged, which were reviewed by the Planning Commission. The amount of $1.25 million that's included in the development agreement, that was a negotiated amount between the applicant and staff. The funds, if this project is approved, would be available for city use. There's been discussion in the past about their potential use for other affordable housing needs in the community. So those funds could potentially be leveraged to add even more affordable units to the housing inventory. There was a comment about finding the site better than when we find it with regard to the Arroyo. I think that is exactly what is happening, just based on my prior comments about removing non-native species and debris from that area. And just finally, with respect to the topic of waivers, this project meets a laundry list of development standards from the city's municipal code and the Thousand Oaks Boulevard specific plan. The applicant did request 2 waivers, and staff is suggesting a 3rd. But I would just like to point out that it's not uncommon for an applicant to request waivers. I worked with the Planning Commission for 10 years, and that's a common occurrence that an applicant, based on the site-specific issues before them as property owner and as potential developer of the property, come up that they would like to request a waiver of either the Planning Commission or City Council. So anyway, with that, those are all the responses I had. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Town. We also have 54 written statement cards. There are 54 pro statement cards, 7 con. So a product of Catholic schools, that would be 61 total cards there. All right, there you go. All right. We can now, questions. Actually, we're going to go for rebuttal from the applicant. Not sure which one of you gentlemen wants to do the rebuttal. Rebuttal. You get 5 minutes if you choose. You don't have to. Okay. All right. The record show the applicant has declined to provide any rebuttal. We will close the public hearing, and the chair will entertain discussion and or motion.
Mayor Fox, I had questions of the applicant during rebuttal.
Okay. One of Mr. from who?
Mr. Moran?
Okay.
Marin, I'm sorry. Mr. Marin and Mr. Lampert probably too. Thank you. Okay, so I would like to ask the questions to which I alluded earlier, namely the very strong potential to save more trees on the property. There are 3 trees identified for potential transplants, number 47, 45, and 46, 2 of which are agrifolias, one of which is a black walnut that could be potentially moved into the 3 planter areas that are proposed for the property. I know you don't have the tree plan in front of you, but perhaps you are familiar enough with it.
No, I'd probably want actually have civil, architectural, and the arborist, comment on that.
Okay.
Not my area specialty.
Okay. Those trees could be potential candidates for transplant. And then there are 3 more that could be preserved. For I believe it is number 8. Number 8 is a 40-foot tall black walnut, approximately anywhere between 100 and 200 years old, that is right in front of the building, and would provide a wonderful shade for cars in the parking lot, and would also enhance the view. That would be a tree that could be preserved. And then tree number 11, that is an agrifolia. No, I'm sorry, it's a valley oak. That one is in good health. That could potentially be preserved as well. And then I believe, Mr. Marktown, if you could refresh my memory, is it 25 and 23 that could also be saved along the retention wall? Correct.
So the trees that Councilmember Bill LaPena refers to, trees number 23 and 25, they're both walnuts. They're located just outside the proposed retaining wall at the north end of the property. They're both proposed for removal right now, but their shape is such that most of their branches and trunks extend in a southerly direction over the proposed parking area and driveway. There does appear to be at least one trunk that could be preserved. The majority of the tree would have to be pruned. Those are located, though, outside the retaining wall. Right now, they're proposed for removal. Councilmember Bill LaPena is suggesting that those be, I believe, retained at this point, not be removed, and that you would make your best effort to preserve those. They would clearly need pruning. And if they were to fail, I assume that the council member would want a condition for a 3-to-1 replacement, which would be imposed up front anyway if the tree was removed. So that I believe is the
that is correct. That's for 23 and 25. And those two are black walnuts.
I think as I said earlier, we are open to preserving trees where functionality is not sacrificed because, again, we have, per the city's specific plan, we have 11,000 square feet of mixed-use space, right? We have to have ample parking. It is the single biggest issue I worry about at night, to be honest with you, to make sure that we have ample parking so that the retail area is as vibrant as it should be given the tenants that we expect to attract there. So, what I can say is that from the beginning, and I think city staff has been right there with us, urging us, we'll do everything we can to mitigate impact. The question will simply be, and I'll defer it, Keith, to the architectural team and the civil team as far as whatever can be done without sacrificing any further parking. We're already, as we said, we've already given up 1% of what we had in terms of parking. And, trust me, if you were privy to the conversations that we're having with restaurateurs, for example, it's the first thing they're going to ask us is, second thing after the location, which is, what's the parking look like? And if you can't offer ample parking, the retail is not going to be, it's not viable. So it really, it comes down to functionality. Is there a desire to protect trees? Absolutely. There has been from the beginning, and that remains. And we'll do, what I can promise is we'll do everything we can, subject to ensuring that the project itself, its viability, its commercial viability is not endangered any further. We need the parking.
2 parking spaces. We're talking 2 parking spaces.
We only have, the surface parking that's available, and I can have Keith if you want to comment really on the parking aspect. We're short parking as it is for retail. We'll make some of that up with valet. To do that, we need spaces in the garage as well. It's not just one thing. It's linked. Keith, if you want to comment, go ahead.
Sure.
The desire's there.
I think we certainly support staff's recommendation to try and eliminate those 2 stalls at the back parallel in order to save those trees. In order to try and get the balance that Mark's suggesting, I think one of the things that we would look at right away would be increasing the percentage of compact to the city allowed maximums. What's allowed as a maximum in the specific plan. We're under the maximum right now. We could probably pick up 2 to 3 spaces to offset the loss inside the garage if we rebalance the garage. I think that the trees 23 and 25 are only about 30 inches from the retaining wall that supports the fire road, and I think we would certainly make every effort to make those survive. I think the likelihood is probably slim, but it's certainly something that we'd be open to. Tree number 8, which is a nice specimen black walnut, is something that I think is a real possibility by eliminating 1 space, potentially getting that moved into the garage, that we could look at while there would be encroachments, obviously, to that canopy, that we could preserve that tree. And I think it would have I'd let the arborist speak more specifically to its specific impacts, but I think
you could potentially save a total of 10 trees and reduce the number from 23 to 13, saving black walnuts and agrifolias and the valley oak, or 2 valley oaks, I believe, which would really be an asset to your complex, to your apartment complex. It really would be. You mentioned valet parking. That's great. Hopefully there can be an agreement with shared parking with your neighbor. But just imagine how much better your project would look if you had 10 more trees, 3 of which you could transplant into 3 already specified areas. A planter, one is a 20 by 20, the other 12 by 12, and then a 10 by 10. 10 trees. You could potentially save 10 trees, 10 additional trees.
What I can do tonight is only represent, the best of intentions, and they've been there from the beginning. They remain that way. We have challenges in terms of what's on either side of us, and many of these trees are not visible from the street as it is. So we're doing the best we can, but parking is really tight. So there's no point. We have a neighbor who doesn't want to cooperate with us. So we have tried that, which would have been, had we had more parking there, would have been a great help. But, we were given a very firm no. So we had to solve these issues ourselves. There's fire access. As far as pruning goes, totally. We've already talked to our neighbors. There are trees that are encroached. They're totally open to us and have agreed to let us prune those trees. They are supportive of the project. So all I can tell you is I'm not going to commit tonight to 10 more trees. I can't, because if that means I lose 10 parking spaces,
No. We're talking about 2 parking spaces.
Not 2 spaces for 10 trees.
A total of 10. You are already preserving 4. Thank you for doing that, because we identified those during our walkthrough a couple of months ago. So that was already a step in the right direction. But there are 6 more trees this evening, 3 of which are transplants within the property.
We were told that has they're not viable. I can only speak to the arborists. We've actually engaged 2, one of whom is here tonight. The city has looked at it as well. The odds of transplantation, at least of what we've been told, have been extremely low.
Everybody says 50-50. So these trees
John,
are
you
at
want
least,
to comment?
that's usually what we hear from arborists, 50-50. Senna has experience in transplanting rare trees, protected trees, so,
John,
and they've done well.
So let me just, point of clarification here. The council member certainly is interested in preserving a number of trees. If you want to provide a brief response, I think that's appropriate. What we want to try to avoid is a debate on trees. I think Ms. Bilder's questions are pretty straightforward. Providing an answer would be good, but we're not going to do the back and forth.
Yeah, go ahead and comment. The question was whether they...
Okay, that's fine. That's just,
I can't answer that question.
Please address Ms. Bilder's request and her assertion regarding the health of the trees and the trees that could possibly be saved.
Yeah, I'd have to look at, I've seen each of these trees. I'd have to refresh my memory on which trees you're talking about. In general, younger trees are more viable than older trees. I would say 50-50 is realistic. Sometimes it can be more successful than that. Walnut trees are a problem. They are hard to grow from a seed, and they're hard to transplant. They're just difficult. So I wouldn't recommend transplanting a walnut tree, especially a large one, which is very expensive and not likely to survive.
We transplanted a 350-year-old lobata not too long ago, well, over 10 years ago.
Yeah, that's not a walnut. So I'm talking about walnuts.
Yes.
We consulted in the transplanting of the Old Glory in Santa Clarita.
Oh, yes,
So
you
it
did?
can be done.
Old Glory, I remember that one.
But that was very expensive, and even smaller trees are expensive to transplant if it's done correctly. And then the success rate is 50%. So, but what I'm saying about walnuts is they're even more problematic. That, you know, and I believe in planting new trees. I'm not sure why there's such objection to planting new trees. So,
Well, because you can't replace 200-year-old trees.
no, you can't swap
That's
out
why.
a 100-year-old tree with another one.
And
But,
you know,
we need to think long term. So you need new trees for long term benefit.
no, I appreciate that, but again, you said the tree, or Mr. Marin said the tree is trees. Nobody will see them because they're in the back, but they're an asset to your tenants, to your clients, to your and all around. Transplanting one of the agrifolias to replace 39, just keep them within your property.
Yeah, it's again, I prefer. You can get large coast live oaks and large valley oaks. So those can be nursery grown. If they're nursery grown, they're more likely to survive than a transplant. So I would recommend going that direction, which is what the landscape plan is calling for, nursery grown oak trees. So I'm just steering away from transplanting trees, just because of the lack of success.
All right.
All right, well, that's disappointing, but thank you.
Okay, Ms. Billy-Pena, did you have any other questions?
No, that was it. That was
Okay,
it.
Very good. You guys didn't have any more rebuttals, so we're good. Okay, we're going to close the public hearing, and we'll now entertain discussion and/or motion. Mr. Adam, I believe you wanted to start before we went to questions.
Sure, that'd be fine. No more questions of staff, right? We're okay. We're good. Hey, let me just state right off the bat, one of the speakers stated that there's a plan to build, quote unquote, thousands of apartment buildings on Thousand Oaks Boulevard. That's not true. Okay, I've been in here 6 years. I sit on the Ad hoc Boulevard Committee. There is no plan to build thousands of apartment units on Thousand Oaks Boulevard. All right? We had an economic development survey done. It identified a small handful of what they call opportunity sites where we could build housing. I think it was 6 sites total. 2 of them were on the boulevard. No way would these sites accommodate, quote unquote, thousands of apartments, okay? And the other thing about these sites, they all have trees on them. They all have trees on them. So on the one hand, to say, I support housing, but on the other hand, any site that will come up has trees, to be able to then say, but I'm going to oppose it because it has trees on it. To me, that's a problem. They all have trees. We're going to face this on other sites as well. All right. So saying that, this is a $70 million project, the first of its kind on Thousand Oaks Boulevard. And it's not in a vacuum, okay? It's connected to the entire city, not just at 299. It's connected to the entire city in many ways, because there's an economic wall around this city right now, an economic wall of low vacancy rates and extremely high housing prices that has locked people out of our city. This will be one very small step to knock that wall down just a little bit and give some people some opportunity to live here in Thousand Oaks, to live and work in this community. We have a project going in on Conejo Spectrum. There's 15 commercial buildings being built there. 9 are already built. 7 of them are leased. Big companies like Katara, Sage. 15 are proposed. It's 1.25 million square feet of commercial space. This is an employment park, you could say. Hundreds of jobs are going to be created, high-paying jobs. These people need somewhere to live. Do we want them to live in Camarillo or Moore Park and commute in and clog the freeways and create more greenhouse gases? I don't think so. We want them to have an opportunity to live here in Thousand Oaks, live and work here in the city that they work in. Conejo Spectrum is overlooked, but it's big news of what it's going to do for our city. And we as a city and this project, we're obligated to supply some sort of housing for these people. Other benefits of this project, I mean, somebody mentioned it was a payoff. This project isn't a payoff. The city staff negotiated with these folks to contribute to for funds that I think will ultimately contribute to our Affordable Housing Trust Fund of $1.25 million. They started a lot lower, but we worked them up to $1.25 million. That's a substantial amount of money. It'll double what's in that trust fund. Double. So you say, well, we have 11 units here at 299. This could provide a lot more units in a very close proximity that we really need. Senior affordable housing, like Pinecrest, for example. The council has stated unequivocally we want senior affordable housing there. We could have as many as 80 units there. It's only half a mile from 299. This housing trust fund could be a big step in allowing seniors to continue to live here in Thousand Oaks. Very important. That $1.4 million in fees that's going to go to the parks, that's going to go directly to Conejo Creek South Park, the very park that these developers are also going to fund all the trees for there too. I mean, that's nothing to sneeze at. That's half the price of creating that park. That's going to be a huge public benefit. And then there's not to mention what it's going to do for the western end of the boulevard, which is basically inert. Anybody been down there lately? Yeah? It's dead, you know. We need a little vibrancy. We need a little life down there. There's a microbrewery that's going in right across the street, 24,000 square feet. The synergy between these two entities is going to be fantastic for the city. It's going to bring some vibrancy, some life, some pedestrian-friendly activities that I think the city sorely needs. And believe me, I hear it from constituents every day. Every day. So as I say, there's connectivity all around the city from this one project. You know, to me, it's an investment in our future. It's an investment in the future of Thousand Oaks, and it's a renaissance of the boulevard. And it's nothing that we need to be afraid of. You know, I've lived here since 1977, and other than the lakes and the Civic Arts Plaza, the boulevard is virtually unchanged from when I moved here 41 years ago. Virtually unchanged. And I think it's high time that we try to revitalize our boulevard, and I think this project is a good step in doing that. And yes, I know there's some people that think the boulevard should simply be a way to get from point A to point B at 45, 50 miles an hour and not stop in between, but that's short-sighted as to what this boulevard can be and how it can help sustain the city in the future. This is an important step. It's a small step, but it's an important step. So, I just say, let's not be afraid of the future. This is a good thing for the city of Thousand Oaks, and I'm in favor of it. I know it's not a perfect project. I know there's some drawbacks with the trees. However, I think that we've squeezed these project people as much as we can on the trees, and I just would be really reluctant to support anything that would jeopardize the future success of this project. That's all we need, right? We push and push and push to the point where the project's not viable. What did we gain? I don't want to see that. So, and anyway, I guess at this point I'll make a motion that we do, in fact, approve 8A, the first mixed-use project at 299 East Thousand Oaks Boulevard, and I appreciate the work that you've done, the year and a half you spent with this project. I think you've got it pretty much right.
Okay, Mr. Adam, would you include in your motion the modifications to the LTP, the resolution finding number 3, condition 19, to the Oak Tree permit, and the LTP conditions 18, 19 of the supplemental SUP?
I would. Is that where we went from 23 trees down to 19?
Right.
Yeah. Oh, yeah.
All right, very good.
That's part of it, definitely.
That will make the city attorney and the clerk happy. And for the record, Oaks Lumber, Yukon Bell, not here anymore. So a little more changes. Okay. All right. Mr. Price.
Yukon Bell.
Yukon
That takes
Bell.
it back a bit, huh?
Yep.
The good old days.
So I appreciate everybody attending tonight, and I think this is probably one of the largest crowds we've had here this late at night in a public hearing. And that tells me a couple things. Number one, that our residents are engaged and that they have an interest in one way or another in seeing the future of this city shaped. So having said that, I just have a few comments about that kind of relate in part to comments that I heard earlier tonight from some of the speakers. One dealt with the general plan. And we actually had one of the authors of the general plan and another mayor who signed it, and they have a difference of opinion in terms of this particular project. But let me just say this. General plans are a living document. They are meant to change. And so thinking that we can continue to live with a general plan that was adopted back in 1970 or 71, I know I'll be corrected if I get it wrong, is just not realistic. There are absolute need for changes from time to time. There was some suggestion that this process was rushed through. I think that the applicants would tell you that it was anything but rushed, but I will say this, that for those of you who have seen projects that have potentially or have taken longer, one of the steps that the council took a while back was to initiate this pre-screening process that allowed developers to come to us with a concept and receive a preliminary allocation of units. Once they had that preliminary allocation of units, that kind of allowed them to move in a much quicker fashion. And it was intentional. The council was very intentional in seeing to it that that process kind of sped things up because we were stagnant. We didn't have any development being proposed. Nobody was coming to us. A lot of that was the economy, but I have to think that some of it was because of the way that we were operating. So I see it as a good thing that we're able to bring these things to fruition quicker than we once could. I will tell you that other cities, as you know, the only member of our council who's really active with the League California Cities, I can tell you that I've spoken to, and that's not, I wasn't a put down to anybody, but I just want to say that the folks that I talk to from other cities throughout this state have nothing but good things to say about the projects that they have permitted in their cities, and that's, I know that there are cities who have kind of let this get away from them and have allowed overdevelopment, some of them in the South Bay here. But Thousand Oaks is known for its smart and measured development. So that is going to continue. You know, 5,200 units in the past 21 years. Nobody could ever accuse us of runaway development here. It is going to be a tremendous benefit to our economy, as our local economy, as Councilmember Adam alluded to. In terms of the trees, you know, I look at this as there are a number of trees back there that nobody has ever seen. Nobody would see them if it continued to be an auto repair shop or a used car lot. It's a non-conforming use that we're going to get rid of, and in place of it, we would have a place for people to live, perhaps some nice new restaurants for us to enjoy, and a great amount of public space back there too that we can all enjoy. At the same time, we get the benefit of adding additional trees to what will one day become another park that we can all enjoy. And I recognize that it's going to take years before those trees fully develop. I have very fond memories of walnut trees in Sherman Oaks at my grandparents' house, and they were beautiful trees. They absolutely are. This is also going to provide some much-needed housing in a stressed market here in Thousand Oaks, and hopefully it'll stave off some additional efforts on the part of Sacramento to impose rules on us that would take away our ability to control our own growth. And I know you've heard me say it before, but they come for us every year by the scores of bills. And I think I already mentioned that this would remove the non-conforming use, and again, a project that we can all enjoy. I commend you gentlemen for the process that you went through. I know that it was a long time, and you worked well with staff, at least I'm told. So I'll be supporting the motion.
Thank you, Mr. Price. Mr. McCoy.
I truly enjoyed Dan Cooper's comments in relation to putting together a viable environment for the replanting or the new planting of the 3-to-1 replacement. I look at these isolated oak trees around our city, and they're going to be lovely for hundreds of years to come. But the reality is there's no reproduction for them. They're isolated. If we can investigate, or I'd ask the staff to work in conjunction with the CRPD to look at Dan Cooper's recommendations to maybe create in Conejo Creek Southwest an environment where they can flourish, and we can create something that is just natural instead of just planting them along the roadway. Create an environment that is very natural for the community to enjoy. I would be very open to that. Something that the whole community can enjoy, as opposed to some walnut trees in the back that no one can appreciate. And I was thinking to myself, we're getting new homes for young families. We'll get new trees, young trees for future folks to enjoy in years to come. What the old Chinese proverb, the best time to plant a tree was 20 years ago. The second best time is now. And I think this is a win-win for the community. I think if we really focus on the replanting or the planting of these new trees in such a way that the community can enjoy it, not something that is dilapidated in the back section that nobody sees, and something that can reproduce and not just be isolated. I'm in favor of it. We need housing. I think this is a great project. I'm grateful for your hard work, especially the staff, and so I'm in favor of it. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. McCoy. Ms. Bill De La Pena.
Thank you, Mayor Fox. I will remain hopeful that you will do the best that you can to preserve 6 additional trees, even if I vote against your project. I think you have a responsibility to do that. And it's not that I don't like the design. It's that I don't think you've been able to strike the right balance between preserving the character of the city and the trees with the housing that is needed. This project is really too dense. That's really what this is. It's too dense. And I think this project is also showing us that pre-screenings, we probably need to handle them differently. If an applicant in the future comes before us with a set number, he or she, expects that number to be reality. There is no wiggle room. And to come before the city council for a pre-screening with the council not knowing what the environmental impacts are, yet you have an expectation, I'm speaking generically now, the applicant has an expectation to be allowed to build a certain number of units, then that makes it really, really difficult for me as a policymaker, a decision maker, to help you strike a balance that is keeping the character of our community with the need to fulfill housing. And we have that need. There is no doubt about that. And in hindsight, I was thinking over the last few weeks, if you had asked for a smaller density bonus, if you had not asked for a density bonus at all and just paid money into the in lieu housing fund or housing trust fund, that in the end we may have had a more balanced project. So I think it is incumbent upon the council to really evaluate pre-screenings and to make sure that if we look at them, we have to have a better idea as to what the environmental impact will be. And you happen to be on a site, on a parcel that happens to have just really a rare species of tree. And it is, maybe it's unfortunate or not unfortunate. So I just feel that we really have to look at this pre-screening again. And I haven't had the luxury of being on an ad hoc committee where I would see your designs and proposals and all that in depth, because I probably would have made suggestions, different suggestions, maybe not as wide of a sidewalk, move the whole project a little bit more into a different direction, so you have more room in the back to keep the trees that would be an asset to the tenants. I mean, if you're paying $3,000 for a two-bedroom, I'd like to see trees, that's just me, instead of concrete. So then the other issue is, or concern is, inclusionary housing. Yes, inclusionary housing is definitely ideal, but it will not solve our housing problem or our housing crisis. We have standalone buildings of affordable units and low-income units in Thousand Oaks. You would never know that they're low-income units. And why? Because we've had millions of dollars in a trust fund. We've been able to work with many mansions to build these complexes. And you, the developer, the applicant, you will now have to deal with managing affordable units and low-income units in your building. And that is, yes, you may have a management company which will do that, but it's just another headache that you have to deal with, really. I personally prefer that we, through development agreements or an in-lieu housing fee, bring back that fee, put it in the Housing Trust Fund, and I certainly hope that the $1.25 million will go into our Housing Trust Fund so that we can work with the Area Housing Authority and many mansions to provide the housing that people really need. Workforce housing is not going to be able to afford luxury units. They're not. And so that said, it is the lack of balance that forces me to vote against your project. However, I hope that you will do all you can to preserve the trees or additional trees on the parcel. And if you need help talking to your neighbor about shared parking, I'm sure I and my colleagues and staff will be more than happy to help you with that. Those are my thoughts, and that said, I will vote against your project.
Thank you, Ms. Bill de la Pena. I think tonight's hearing is more than anything else about the vision for Thousand Oaks, certainly downtown Thousand Oaks. And this parcel, to my best recollection, has been around probably 35 years. As staff points out, it's a non-conforming use. If you tried to build that today and that use today, it wouldn't be allowed. It's, with all due respect, it's an old, dilapidated business that has long worn out its usefulness along the boulevard. That's what exists today. So the question is, what should go in its place? And this community, this council has done numerous studies, numerous focus groups, numerous outreach type endeavors to listen to the community and determine what the community would like to see along Thousand Oaks Boulevard. I think all of us recognize if you live in a 4-bedroom, 3-bath home somewhere in one of the residential communities, you really don't care much about apartments or contemporary housing for young professionals in our community, because you're living in that house. You probably raised your kids in the house, which, by incidentally, a couple of years ago, we did a demographic report here for the council just to get a sense of where we were. I believe Mr. Cosmot provided that. And somewhere in the range of 55% or more of the folks that live in Thousand Oaks are older than 50 years old. The statement he made, we have an aging community. And if you've done any kind of study, you realize that communities like Thousand Oaks that don't evolve and change in a contemporary way end up having serious problems. They're not unintended consequences. They are predictable. So this project is the first, really. We did a little bit with Loopy's, but this is the first project of a new vision for Thousand Oaks Boulevard, of which we've approached in an extremely methodical, I would argue, maybe not slow, but certainly not an escalated time frame. And if you look at the history of what council has done, we had a proposal for the property next door to the Civic Arts Plaza, happened to be a very well-known property owner and developer in this community, known on a first-name basis by all our council members. That project was summarily denied on a 5-0 vote. We had, as Ms. Villanueva pointed out, proposals early on for the Nazar Beacon property. If you're unfamiliar with that, that's where the Christmas tree lot and the pumpkin patches are during the holidays. And that project was early on turned down by staff because of the density. That was a 180-unit proposal. The project across the street fell off the table simply because the demands of the city were too high. The developer couldn't meet the demands. And now we have 299. So of the 5 proposals, 3 have been either turned down by this council or stopped in its process by staff. So I would argue, if you're concerned about this explosion of apartments along the boulevard or this hurry to do downtown, you just have to look at the last couple of years of the actions council's taken. And you have to come to the conclusion, even if you're against tonight's proposal, that what we've done has been extremely measured, extremely methodical, and in most cases, we've denied the proposals that have come in front of us. Even the opposition, some of the opposition to tonight's proposal, acknowledge they like the design and they believe we need contemporary professional workforce housing. So there are some trade-offs. As has been pointed out by my colleagues, these trees that we spent an awful lot of time talking about tonight, we have to be honest with one another. For 35 years, 99% of the people in this community did not know those trees even existed. And I'm not minimizing those of you from the environmental community that see the value of those trees, but we have taken steps to mitigate them as best we can. I would argue that placing those walnut trees in a place where they're going to flourish, where they're environmentally actually will do well, is a good mitigation to losing a few trees, again, that nobody knew even existed. Part of the density with this project that's been talked about is because we're requiring such a high quality development, and 26% of this property is public open area. That's 8 times what the city requires. There'll be restaurants, public spaces. The reason we have a 20-foot wide sidewalk is for people, pedestrian experience, and for that kind of feel that everybody's told us about. So these are the trade-offs. Large public spaces, large wide sidewalks, and in place of that, we're going to have to lose a few trees. Trees that nobody knew existed for the entire time that property is there. What's there now, if you saw the overhead, is a bunch of junk cars, a pseudo RV storage area, and a car repair business. And what we're proposing is a contemporary mixed-use development exactly like what we've been talking about. In addition, I don't think we can minimize, through this development agreement, we were able to extract, if you will, $1.25 million for additional affordable housing to be used somewhere else in the community, in addition to the 11 units that we're providing. 11 units that are very difficult to find in other places of the city. And I would argue, if you're going to do affordable housing, that is the absolute best way to do it. Mix the affordable housing with the market rate housing. They're indistinguishable. And it's a great way for young families, young people to move into our community. In addition to that, there's an additional $1.5 million that's going to be used to construct parks, and a specific park adjacent, close by to this project for the Park District. The fact of the matter is, and I don't expect the public to know, the Park District has plenty of money to operate the parks, but they don't have a lot of money to build new parks. That's why as you drive around town, you see these signs, future park site. Because the Park District doesn't have the capital monies to construct these parks. You know where they get it? They get it through this process. And we were able to provide that $1.5 million to the Park District, and with some other monies, I'm sure they'll construct a park. So on balance, yes, there are some trade-offs, but in order to achieve this quality project, in order to achieve this vision on the boulevard that, for me, I recognize there may be some folks in town that don't think that's the right thing to do. There was a comment made that, in a sense, renters have no investment in the community. I would fundamentally disagree with that. I don't think whether you rent or you own is a distinguishing factor on whether you care about this community or not. But we need to actually continue to provide and offer contemporary housing and a contemporary feel along the boulevard. And that's exactly what this project does. So I'm certainly going to support it. I thank the project applicants for the work that they've done. I want to thank staff. I mean, we've been at this for well over a year for really a quality project. And I think when it's built and people are enjoying the open space, they're frequenting the restaurants and actually, yes, living in those units, I think we'll all agree it was a good thing for Thousand Oaks. Mr. Adam, you have the opportunity for a final comment.
No final comment. Thank you.
All right, we don't have the electronic vote, so Madam Clerk, I'm just going to let you do a roll call vote.
Councilmember Adam?
Yes.
Councilmember Price?
Yes.
Councilmember McCoy?
Yes.
Councilmember Bill De La Pena?
No.
Mayor Fox?
Yes.
The motion carries 4-1 with Councilmember Bill De La Pena voting no. And I do have an ordinance title for you. Ordinance approving a development agreement with Latico Group, LLC, relating to the development of property located at 299 East Thousand Oaks Boulevard, DAGR 2018-70228, the Latico Group, LLC.
Thank you, Ms. Rodriguez. All right, that concludes our public hearing. We're going to continue on with the agenda. We're going to move to item 12. That's council issues and recommendations. Follow-up reports. Mr. Price from the League of Cities. As you exit the council meeting, if you could please keep your conversations to the outside because we're still conducting business.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I did attend a Channel Counties Division quarterly meeting on July 13th up in the city of Arroyo Grande, where we had speakers. The mayor of Arroyo Grande, John Scholes, spoke to us about a civility code that the cities, the county, the school districts, and other special districts within San Luis Obispo County have adopted. And that was based on a model created by the cities of Boulder and Denver that seem to be going at each other's throats with the advent of recreational marijuana. It seems to be working well with them. They established some norms, very similar to the norms that we have on our council here, but with outside agencies. Second to that, we heard from Helene Schneider, the former mayor of the city of Santa Barbara, who is now employed by the federal government and works for the International Council of Homelessness. And she is now the district rep for the states of Arizona and California. And she touched on comments that there's no single method to solving or ending the homelessness in cities, and a need to collaborate with local services in your county. And I will suggest that our own homeless committee reach out to Helene Schneider. She might be able to provide some resources that could be helpful. And perhaps Mina has already, our legislative affairs manager, has already passed that on. With that, I'll submit the report. Thank you very much.
All right. If there's no objection, it'll be received and filed. We'll move to item 13, City Manager Report. Mr. Powers.
Thank you, Mayor Fox. Our next regularly scheduled City Council meeting will be on Tuesday, the 11th of September. We'll begin that evening with our annual joint fire and police honor guard in recognition of the tragedy of September 11th. We will then have a public hearing, our 2017-18 CAPR evaluation and performance report, and followed by a departmental report following up on previous council direction, bringing back to you various options for a general plan update to consider. That's it for my update.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Powers. We do have some closed session items, and I'll ask Ms. Noonan to announce those closed session items before our adjournment.
Thank you, Mayor Fox. We have 4 closed session matters tonight. The first 2 are pursuant to Government Code Section 54957B1, Public Employee Performance Evaluation. First one is for the city attorney. Second is for city manager. And then 2 other closed sessions pursuant to Government Code Section 54957.6. This is conference with labor negotiators with city designated representatives, Mayor Andy Fox and Deputy City Manager, Human Resources Director Gary Rogers, for the city attorney and the city manager. I anticipate having nothing to report.
Okay, thank you, Ms. Noonan. Tonight, we are going to adjourn our council meeting in memory of Donna Johnson, who passed away on July 10th. Donna was a retired member of the city family, having worked as an employee for our community for 12 years. Donna joined the city in 1999 as a senior programmer analyst in the finance department, and 3 years later was promoted to the technology analyst 2 position, serving in this capacity until her retirement. Donna was recognized as a valuable asset to the entire city organization throughout her tenure. She always maintained a positive attitude and great dedication for her work and her colleagues. Donna was a cherished wife, mother, sister, and grandmother. She will be greatly missed by her family and her many friends and city coworkers. May God bless her and her family. And with that, we will adjourn to our regular scheduled council meeting on September 11th, 2018. We are adjourned.